هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم.
دائرة الصراع بين الوعي والإدراك. هل تعلمون أن كوكبنا في هذا الكون بدأت موارده بالنفاد تزامنا مع نمو عدد السكان الذي قد يصل إلى 9 مليارات و800 مليون نسمة بحلول عام 2050، ما يعني أننا بحاجة إلى ما يعادل تقريبا 3 كواكب لتوفير الموارد الطبيعية اللازمة لمجاراة أنماط الحياة الحالية. هل أدركتم خطر هذا المشهد؟ على ناقوس هذا الخطر دقت طبول حكايتنا السعودية وعزفت ألحان حكايتنا الخضراء البيئية، فمع امتلاك حلم السعوديين برؤية 2030 استيقظ الكوكب على ملامح مستقبل جديد وعهد بيئي مستدام فريد. فبين الحياد الكربوني والمشروع النوعي بزغ فجر مدينة اليوم وأشرقت شمس دراين وأضحى نهار مبادرة السعودية الخضراء وشع نهار مبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر لتصبح المملكة قائدة للتطوير صانعة للتغيير صديقة للبيئة وإنسانها بقيادة سلمانها ومحمدها. تجسيدا للجهود البيئية التي تقوم بها المملكة العربية السعودية نرحب بكم اليوم صوت المجتمع المدني وجهد المملكة غير الحكومي للحفاظ على موارد البيئة ضمن برنامج هيئة الأمم المتحدة للبيئة، وتتويجا لاهتمام القيادة يتشرف هذا المنتدى برعاية ودعم لا محدود وتشريف وحضور من قبل معالي وزير البلديات والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحكيم. صاحب المعالي، لا أخفيك أنني لا أريد الثناء عليك لعلمي بعدم رغبة معاليك، ولكنني محمل برسالة وما على الرسول إلا البلاغ المبين، وللرسالة مضامين ومضمونها أن زملاؤك البيئيون شاكرون مقدرون لدعمك اللامحدود بل فخورون بمشاركة معاليك لصناعة مستقبل أخضر ترفرف به رايتنا السعودية الخضراء. صاحب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، أيها السيدات والسادة، في النسخة الماضية اختتم هذا المنتدى تحت شعار قلنا فيه: نحن بحاجة إلى تجديد مفهوم المدن إلى مدن مستقبلية. لماذا يجب أن نضحي بالطبيعة في سبيل التنمية؟ اليوم نشهد هذا الشعار واقعا يتداول في جنبات هذا المنتدى. رحبوا معي الآن بكلمة الأمين العام للمنتدى السعودي للأمنية الخضراء المهندس فيصل الفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي وزير البلديات والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله القيل، أصحاب السمو المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، يشرفني أن أرحب بكم باسم المنتدى السعودي للأمنية الخضراء الذي يعمل بصفته مراقبا معتمدا في مجالات البيئة والمناخ ومكافحة التصحر والتنوع الإحيائي لدى هيئة الأمم المتحدة. لقد عمل المنتدى بجد لتحقيق الأهداف المشتركة في مواجهة التحديات العالمية التي ترتبط بتغير المناخ والاستدامة البيئية. ووفقا لرؤية السعودية 2030 نلتزم بمؤسسة غير الربحية بتحقيق تحول جذري في بيئتنا المبنية من خلال التعاون مع وزارة البلديات والإسكان والقطاع الخاص لتبني مفاهيم وتطبيقات المباني الخضراء والحلول القائمة على الطبيعة والالتزام بمبادئ الاقتصاد الدائري مع مراعاة الاستهلاك والإنتاج المسؤولان بهدف تعزيز التجربة الإنسانية من الأمن والسلام والصحة في بيئتنا المبنية. لقد التزم المنتدى بمزيد من فرص التعاون مع شركاء النجاح الهيئة السعودية للمقاولين والهيئة السعودية للمهندسين وهيئة الاعتماد السعودي بتطوير خارطة طريق إزالة الكربون من قطاع البناء، وهو القطاع الذي يعد مسؤولا عن أكثر من 34% من الطلب العالمي على الطاقة و37% من انبعاثات ثاني أكسيد الكربون. هدفنا هو الحد من هذه الانبعاثات وتعزيز استخدام الطاقة المتجددة في كافة مراحل دورة حياة المباني، ونعمل جانبا إلى جانب مع وزارة البلديات والإسكان لضمان التنفيذ الفعال لهذه الخطة على أرض الواقع. في عام 2022 تجاوز الاستثمار العالمي في إزالة الكربون في المباني 285 مليار دولار، ونواصل جهودنا لدعم المباني المستدامة التي تلبي احتياجات التنمية الحضرية وتحافظ في الوقت ذاته على البيئة. ونجد أن الشهادة الوطنية سعف أصبحت أكثر حاجة لمقايسات تمكن من إدراج أكثر من 5500 مشروعا حتى عام 2024 في الدول العربية، مما يعكس التزامنا بالشفافية والعمل بأفضل الممارسات في قطاع البناء والتشييد. كما نؤكد على أهمية تعزيز الشراكات العالمية خاصة في المؤسسات الأكاديمية والبحثية لتطوير تقنيات جديدة تعتمد على الذكاء الصناعي، مما يسرع من تبني تقنيات إزالة الكربون وتحقيق التحول المطلوب نحو بيئة مبنية مستدامة وشاملة. وفي الختام نتطلع نحن المنتدون إلى نقاش يثري الحلول التالية: كيف يمكننا تعزيز وتحفيز الشراكات بين القطاع العام والخاص لدعم التحول نحو المباني والأحياء والمدن الخضراء الخالية من انبعاث الكربون؟ ما هي التحديات الأبنية الخضراء الرئيسية التي نواجهها في قطاع البناء وكيف يمكننا تجاوزها؟ كيف يمكننا تسليط الضوء على تجارب مبنية على الطبيعة؟ وكيف يمكن الاستفادة من التقنيات الحديثة والإبداع والابتكار مثل الذكاء الصناعي؟ وما هي الخطوات والتوصيات لضمان توطين أهداف التنمية المستدامة؟ وأخيراً، إن احتضان وزارة البلديات والإسكان النهج المبني على العلوم وأفضل الممارسات في تعزيز دور المؤسسات الحكومية والآلية وتوطين استخداماتها التقنية المتقدمة وتطبيق الأبنية الخضراء محل اعتزاز وإعجاب وتقدير الجميع. أتطلع مع وفد المنتدى اليوم وغد من داخل وخارج المملكة العربية السعودية الاستماع إلى آرائكم وأفكاركم وتوصياتكم، وأتمنى للجميع منتدى مثمرا ومفيدا. وبكل الحب وشكرا. وبكل الحب الحب والثناء والتقدير لراعي الحفل الكريم يطيب لي ويسعدني دعوة مقام معالي الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيقي وزير البلديات والإسكان لإلقاء كلمته، فليتقدم معالي مشكورا.
You are guys very crazy. You are very crazy. Give me the headset. Give me space.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أرحب بكم في منتدى الأبنية الخضراء في المملكة العربية السعودية، الذي يجمعنا اليوم لمناقشة قضية بالغة الأهمية لمستقبل بيئتنا ومستقبل أجيالنا القادمة. إن الأبنية الخضراء ليس مجرد خيار معماري أو تصميمي، بل هي خطوة ضرورية نحو تحقيق التنمية المستدامة وحماية البيئة، وهو ما يتماشى تماماً مع رؤية المملكة 2030. كما تعلمون، تسعى رؤية 2030 إلى تنويع الاقتصاد الوطني وتعزيز القطاعات الغير نفطية وتحقيق الاستدامة البيئية، الذي يعد من ركائز هذه الرؤية. فبفضل الله ثم بفضل القيادة الرشيدة وضعت المملكة أهدافاً طموحة لجعل مدننا أكثر استدامة وتحسين جودة الحياة وتقليل الأثر البيئي لمشاريع التطوير العمراني. وتأتي الأبنية الخضراء كجزء أساسي من هذه الأهداف. وقد شهدت المملكة تطوراً ملحوظاً في هذا المجال، وسجلت عدداً من المنجزات، منها تسجيل 2000 مشروع من 5000 مشروع في العالم العربي، وهو ما يعكس التزامنا لتنفيذ المشاريع الخضراء. إن تحولنا نحو الأبنية الخضراء يمثل نقلة نوعية في كيفية بناء المدن والمجتمعات. إنه يعزز استخدام مواردنا الطبيعية بكفاءة أعلى، ويقلل من انبعاثات الكربون، ويخلق بيئات حضرية صحية وآمنة. بكفاءة أعلى ويقلل انبعاثات الكربون ويخلق بيئات حضرية صحية وآمنة. وهذا ليس فقط من أجل الحاضر، بل من أجل المستقبل الذي نطمح إليه جميعنا. رؤية المملكة 2030 ليست مجرد إطار استراتيجي للتنمية، بل هي التزام حقيقي نحو خلق مستقبل مستدام. ونحن في هذا المنتدى نؤمن بأن الابتكار في مجال الأبنية الخضراء سيلعب دوراً رئيسياً في تحقيق هذا الطموح. وأخيراً، أدعوكم جميعاً للاستفادة من هذا المنتدى لتبادل الأفكار والخبرات والتعاون في إيجاد حلول إبداعية من أجل مستقبل أكثر استدامة وأكثر اخضراراً لمدن المملكة. أشكركم على حضوركم، وأسأل الله أن يوفقنا جميعاً لما فيه خير بلادنا والإنسانية جمعاء، وأن يلبس ولي أمرنا الملك سلمان ثوب الصحة والعافية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السعادة والسيدات والسادة بكلمة في هذه اللحظات لسفير الأمريكي السيد مايكل راتني بالنيابة عن الدكتور روبي باركر في هذه اللحظات.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and special guests, good morning. I would like to first thank His Excellency Minister Al-Hogeir for convening the 14th Saudi Green Building Forum. I commend the Saudi Green Building Forum's commitment to a decarbonization roadmap to reduce emissions by promoting renewable energy, improving energy efficiency, and fostering collaboration for the future, as outlined in Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. Everyone's presence here today underscores the importance of this mission. Today is an opportunity for us to press forward towards our shared goal of a low-emissions future. Today, we celebrate the remarkable strides we are witnessing in green building and environmental sustainability. Partnerships of American companies in projects like the King Salman International Airport, King Abdullah Financial District, and NEOM are testament to the United States' commitment to help foster sustainable construction practices across Saudi Arabia. Our future climate depends on our ability to quickly adapt our building practices to a low-carbon imperative. And both the United States and Saudi Arabia are moving quickly to promote adoption of renewable energy, build future cities which promote efficient use of transportation, and adopt building codes which promote energy efficiency, particularly innovative low-emissions technologies. The United States, for one, is committed to environmental stewardship and sustainable development, particularly the quick adoption of green building and construction practices. Our building codes are constantly adapting to ensure we can incorporate innovative materials and techniques, and our engineers are empowered to develop leading-edge, market-driven solutions. To cut carbon emissions and prevent the worst impacts of climate change, we cannot wait. We must make changes today. Saudi Arabia has likewise launched several important initiatives to ensure that buildings are energy efficient and have less negative impact on our environment. The Kingdom has made significant progress in reducing carbon emissions and promoting the use of sustainable materials in construction, and U.S. companies are contributing to these efforts. I'm happy to announce we are launching the U.S.-Saudi Infrastructure Working Group, which will further enhance collaboration in sectors like green construction, renewable energy, and smart cities, ensuring our shared goals for a sustainable and prosperous future. Additionally, through initiatives led by the U.S. Green Building Council, including LEED certification programs, we are fostering sustainable construction practices across Saudi Arabia through partnerships with their U.S. infrastructure companies, including Jacobs, Honeywell, and Parsons. Projects such as the Riyadh Metro, Diriyah, Qiddiya, and the Red Sea development are examples of what can be achieved when U.S. firms partner with Saudi leaders to prioritize sustainability when upgrading urban infrastructure. I would also like to highlight His Excellency Minister Al-Hogeir's visit to the United States last August. During his trip, he had quite a few successful meetings with key stakeholders in the American green building sector. These meetings provided valuable insights into some of the leading green building initiatives in the United States, the use of advanced energy-efficient technologies, and the development of net-zero energy buildings. Also during his visit, the ministry signed an MOU with a leading U.S. real estate developer, K. Hovnanian Homes, aiming to build more integrated housing communities in the Kingdom. This collaboration between Saudi Arabia and the United States in the field of green building is a testament to our shared commitment to a greener and more prosperous future. Both of our nations recognize the importance of sustainable development and are working together to achieve common goals. By working together, we can create the environment that is not only sustainable, but also resilient and adaptable to the changing needs and aspirations of our societies. I would like to thank each of you for your dedication and commitment to this cause. Your efforts are making a difference, and I'm confident that the discussions and insights shared at this forum will light the way for even greater achievements in the future. I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum.
شكرا للسفير الأمريكي مايكل راتني، وكذلك لمن ناب عنه في هذه الكلمة الدكتورة روبي باركر. حضورنا الكريم، الكلمة الآن لنائب الرئيس وكبير المهندسين في شركة أرامكو السعودية. رحبوا معي بالمهندس وليد بن عبد اللطيف النعيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أكون بينكم اليوم في المنتدى السعودي 14 للأبنية الخضراء تحت الرعاية الكريمة لمعالي وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيل. ويسرني للغاية رؤية هذا الجمع الكريم الذي يجمعه التزام مشترك نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة لوطننا الحبيب وشعبه. اسمحوا لي أن أعرب عن بالغ شكري وامتناني للمنظمين لدعوتهم لي للمشاركة لرؤية أرامكو السعودية والتزامنا العميق بتوطين أهداف التنمية المستدامة التي نعتقد بقوة أنها ستقود مستقبل التصميم المستدام والمباني الخضراء عالية الأداء في مدننا ومجتمعاتنا العمرانية. هذه الأهداف توفر إطاراً شاملاً لمعالجة أهم التحديات التي نواجهها في عصرنا، من قضايا تغير المناخ إلى كفاءة استخدام الموارد الطبيعية. وفي أرامكو السعودية نحن لا نعتبر هذه الأهداف مجرد تطلعات، بل نراها توجيهات عملية تدفع كل مشاريعنا نحو تحقيق نمو مسؤول ومستدام، وذلك من خلال موائمة مبادراتنا مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وكمثال على التزامنا، أطلقت أرامكو السعودية صندوق الاستدامة بقيمة $1.5 مليار الذي يهدف إلى تسريع تطوير وتطبيق الحلول المبتكرة لمعالجة التحديات المناخية. ويعكس هذا الصندوق توسيعاً كبيراً لاستثماراتنا في الاستدامة، ويؤكد التزامنا بتحقيق تأثير ملموس في قطاع الطاقة المحلي، بما يتماشى مع هدفنا في الوصول إلى صافي انبعاثات صفرية بحلول عام 2050. كما تعلمون جميعاً، تعد رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030 إطاراً شاملاً للإصلاحات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية التي تهدف إلى تنويع اقتصادنا. وفي قلب هذه الرؤية نجد التوجه نحو حلول مستدامة تعتمد على الطبيعة، والتي تجمع بين النمو الاقتصادي المحلي والتنمية البيئية. وتماشياً مع هذه الطموحات، تلتزم أرامكو بتقليل بصمتها البيئية في المشاريع العمرانية عبر أهداف طموحة للاقتصاد الدائري والتوطين، مدعومة ببرنامج إدارة كفاءة الطاقة الذي يوجه كل مشاريعنا وأعمالنا. يتجسد التزامنا بالاستدامة في اعتماد مبادئ تصميم المباني الخضراء التي ندمجها في كل مشاريعنا الجديدة وكذلك مشاريع البنية التحتية القائمة. نحن نضع نصب أعيننا الالتزام بأفضل الممارسات العالمية في التصميم المستدام، مع التركيز على كفاءة استخدام الطاقة والمياه وتطوير المواقع المستدامة واختيار مواد البناء المعاد تدويرها وتعزيز جودة الهواء داخل المباني. ويسعدنا أن نكون في طليعة أولى مشاريع المباني الخضراء في المملكة، مثل جامعة الملك عبد الله للعلوم والتنمية والتقنية المعروفة بكاوست، ومركز الملك عبد الله للدراسات والبحوث البترولية المعروف بكابسارك، ومركز الملك عبد العزيز الثقافي العالمي المعروف بإثراء، ومبنى المدرة. بالإضافة إلى ذلك تعد مدينة الملك سلمان للطاقة المعروفة باسم سبارك أول مدينة صناعية تحصل على شهادة مستدام الذهبية بفضل التقنيات المتطورة مثل قضبان التسليح اللامعدنية والخرسانة الخضراء والأسفلت المعاد تدويره، ومحطات توليد الطاقة التي تجمع بين الطاقة الشمسية والرياح، وكذلك نظام مراقبة انبعاثات غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون. وفي إطار جهودنا المستمرة في تعزيز التنمية المستدامة واستعداداً لاستضافة المملكة لبطولة الاتحاد الآسيوي لكرة القدم 2027، نقود الآن أعمال تطوير استاد الدمام الجديد، والذي صمم ليحقق شهادة مستدام الذهبية وليتماشى أيضاً مع توجيهات الاتحاد الدولي لكرة القدم الفيفا الخاصة بالاستدامة، مثل كفاءة استخدام الطاقة وترشيد استخدام المياه. ولا يتوقف تركيزنا على المشاريع الجديدة فقط، بل يمتد إلى كل المباني القائمة. فقد استثمرنا في نموذج عمل عقود أداء الطاقة المعروف بإسكو، ووقعنا عقدا مع إحدى الشركات الوطنية لتركيب نظام طاقة شمسية بقدرة 2.4 ميجاوات في مكتب الدمام، كجزء من تحسين كفاءة المبنى وكذلك تخفيض انبعاث غازات الاحتباس الحراري. من خلال هذه الجهود فإننا نساهم في خلق فرص عمل منخفضة الكربون وتوطين الأعمال والتقنيات الحديثة. نؤمن بأن التوطين هو الأساس لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ويجسد برنامج اكتفاء روح هذه الرؤية، حيث وفر البرنامج عشرات الآلاف من الوظائف وضخ مليارات الدولارات في اقتصادنا الوطني، ونحن عازمون بحول الله على مواصلة هذه الإنجازات في المستقبل. وليس التزام أرامكو مقتصراً على الاستدامة على المستوى المحلي فقط، بل نسعى أيضاً لقيادة الجهود العالمية في هذا المجال من خلال مشاركتنا في قيادة مبادرة المناخ للنفط والغاز المعروفة بOGCI، حيث نعمل على تبادل أفضل الممارسات وتسريع الابتكار في كفاءة الطاقة وتعظيم الاستفادة من الموارد الطبيعية. وللإجابة على السؤال ما هي النظرة المستقبلية؟ نقول بأننا نرى المستقبل واعداً بمزيد من المشاريع الخضراء التي تعتمد على التقنيات الجديدة مع دعم أوسع من المجتمع المحلي لتحقيق أهداف المملكة الطموحة. علينا أيها السيدات والسادة واجب كبير لحماية مواردنا للأجيال الحالية والمستقبلية، ونحن نتشارك في رؤية تجعل من مملكتنا رائدة عالميا في مجالات الاستدامة والابتكار، مسترشدين بحكمة قيادتنا الرشيدة، فلنعمل معا لتحقيق هذه الرؤية وتحويلها إلى واقع ملموس. أشكركم على منحي الشرف بأن نكون أحد رعاة هذا الحدث المميز، وأتطلع بكل شغف إلى الأفكار الإبداعية التي سيقدمها لنا العارضون والمتحدثون الموقرون اليوم. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
إذن شكرا لسعادة المهندس وليد بن عبد اللطيف النعيم، نائب الرئيس وكبير المهندسين في شركة أرامكو السعودية. صاحب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، أيها السيدات والسادة، الكلمة الآن لنائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة والرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة روابي القابضة. رحبوا معي بالأستاذ عثمان بن إبراهيم.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم اليوم في النسخة 14 من المنتدى السعودي للأبنية الخضراء. نحن فخورون بشراكتنا مع المنتدى لالتزامه الثابت بالاستدامة عبر التعاون المشترك والتواصل الدائم والعمل الفعلي على أرض الواقع، والذي من شأنه أن يحفز التغيير الإيجابي ممهداً الطريق نحو خفض الانبعاثات الكربون في جميع المباني الجديدة بحلول عام 2030، وضمان بنية تحتية للبناء المستدام بحلول عام 2050. إنه من دواعي فخري وسروري أن أشهد نتائج الخطوات العالمية التي قطعتها المملكة العربية السعودية في دفع جهود الاستدامة وحفز الابتكار في قطاع البناء. لقد قامت المملكة اليوم بالاستفادة من أحدث التقنيات وإبرام الشراكات الاستراتيجية، بما يرسخ مكانتها دولة رائدة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا في مجال البناء المستدام، بعد أن نجحت في خفض الانبعاثات بنسبة 24%. فمن خلال 1190 مبنى أخضر تحتل المملكة العربية السعودية المركز الخامس عالمياً من حيث أكبر عدد من المشاريع الحاصلة على شهادة الأبنية الخضراء. وتحظى الرياض التي تستضيف هذا المنتدى بأكبر عدد من المشاريع الحاصلة على شهادة الأبنية الخضراء في المملكة، ويبلغ عددها 866 مشروعاً. ويدعم هذا التحول رؤية السعودية 2030 الطموحة، وهي خطة حاسمة شهدت صعود المملكة من أكبر منتج المواد الهيدروكربونية في العالم إلى دولة عالمية رائدة في مجال الاستدامة والتقنيات منخفضة الكربون. كما يشكل الطموح والاستدامة والابتكار ركائز أساسية في رؤية السعودية 2030. فمن رؤية قادتنا الاستشرافية إلى المبتكرين ورواد الأعمال الذين يقودون التغيير، هناك التزام كبير بإعادة تشكيل المشهد الاقتصادي للمملكة وحماية مستقبلها البيئي. وتعكس المشاريع الضخمة والعملاقة التي تشهدها المملكة التزامنا الراسخ بالتميز في التصميم والجودة في البناء واعتماد الاستدامة، بما يلبي تطلعات الجيل الجديد من الأفراد والشركات والقطاعات. وعلاوة على الأبنية الخضراء، تواصل المملكة العربية السعودية جهودها أيضاً لتعزيز مبادرات التخطيط الحضري المستدام، بما يتماشى مع دعوة رؤية 2030 لتحويل المدن السعودية إلى مساحات خضراء وذكية ومستدامة. ومن الأمثلة البارزة على هذه الرؤية برج فوربس انترناشونال تاور الذي تطوره ذراعنا العقارية شركة ماجنوم العقارية، والذي سيتم إنشاؤه في السعودية ومصر والإمارات. وباعتباره أول برج مكاتب خالي من الكربون في العالم، يقدم هذا المشروع الأيقوني نموذجاً للتنمية الحضرية المستدامة يتسم بالمسؤولية البيئية والجدوى الاقتصادية في الوقت ذاته. نحن نستهدف من خلال هذا المشروع أعلى أنظمة التصنيف الخضراء العالمية، مع التركيز على أنظمة كفاءة الطاقة وتدابير الحفاظ على المياه والاستفادة من التقنيات المتقدمة، بما في ذلك مصادر الطاقة المتجددة والهيدروجين النظيف، حيث نسعى لإرساء معايير جديدة في مجال البناء والتصميم الأخضر. ولعل ما يثير الاهتمام في هذا الأمر هو إمكانية تكرار هذا النموذج، فالتقنيات والممارسات المستدامة التي سيتم استخدامها هي نتاج شراكات وتعاون مع أكثر من 30 من أفضل الشركات الاستشارية في قطاعات متنوعة. ويمكن اعتماد هذه الممارسات وتكييفها لتتناسب مع المشاريع الحضرية في المملكة وخارجها، بما يتيح لنا بناء مدن أكثر اخضراراً وصحة واستدامة. عندما أتطلع إلى المستقبل كل ثقة وتفاؤل وفخر بما حققته المملكة العربية السعودية وما زالت تحققه، حيث تثبت للعالم أن المستقبل المستدام بات في متناول اليد. دعونا جميعاً نستلهم هذه الرؤية ونحتضن الابتكار ونعمل سوياً على خلق مستقبل أكثر إشراقاً واستدامة للجميع. شاكراً لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الآن نصل إلى فقرة التكريم في هذا المنتدى لهذه النسخة. يتفضل على المسرح الأمين العام للمنتدى السعودي للأبنية الخضراء المهندس فيصل الفضل في هذه اللحظات، ونبدأ بأول تكريم للدعم اللامحدود الذي لقيه هذا المنتدى والتشريف والحضور والرعاية الرسمية، وأيضا التطلع لمستقبل بيئي أخضر دائما وأبدا. التكريم لمعالي وزير البلديات والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيل. الآن نبدأ بتكريم أيضا استحقاق سعف، ويتفضل في هذه اللحظات المهندس علي الراجحي مساعد الوزير للتمكين والامتثال في وزارة البلديات والإسكان. أيضا المشرف العام على الإعلام والاتصال الاستراتيجي الدكتور نايف العتيبي. المهندس عبد الرحمن العريني وكيل الوزير لتنظيم مشغلي المدن من وزارة البلديات والإسكان. وكذلك الدكتور وليد السلطان المشرف العام على تطوير التصنيف من وزارة البلديات والإسكان. ننطلق الآن في تكريم الرعاة للمنتدى السعودي للأبنية الخضراء، بداية من أرامكو السعودية. شركة الإسكان الوطنية. يتفضل الأستاذ منيف السبيعي مدير عام قطاع الاستدامة في الشركة الوطنية للإسكان. مجموعة روشن العقارية. يتفضل الرئيس التنفيذي للتطوير المهندس أسامة قباني. الروابي القابضة ومجنوم العقارية. تتفضل السيدة نوف التركي نائب الرئيس الشؤون التجارية نيابة عن الشركة. شركة البحر الأحمر الدولية، وشركة المربع الجديد، وشركة ذاخر للتطوير، والشركة السعودية الاستثمارية لإعادة التدوير، وشركة الإخوان حسين والحسن شاكر للمكيفات الهوائية، وكذلك شركة نسمة وشركاؤها، شركة جونسون كنترولز، وشركة البواني، وشركة زوود، وكذلك كنان، وشركة دايكن، وشركة كلايمتك، وأخيراً شركة يونيماك. الآن يتفضل معاليكم بعد التكريم لأخذ جولة في معرض المنتدى السعودي للأبنية الخضراء، وكذلك توقيع الاتفاقيات. يتفضل معاليكم الآن لتشريف المعرض بعد نهاية هذا التكريم. يتفضل معاليكم لزيارة المعرض بعد نهاية هذا التكريم. يتفضل معاليكم لزيارة معرض المنتدى السعودي للأبنية الخضراء، وكذلك توقيع الاتفاقيات. لا عادي.
ولو عايز تقف على ده برضه ده مين اللي معمول
للناس اللي
بقاش بولي بقى.
لا كده حلو زي الفل. كده زي الفل. مش محتاج دي. عايز توقفني دي.
جرب كده.
لا يا عم بص انا
المايك كان عامل كده عامل.
فاهم خلاص هبقى اقف هظبطها. خلاص يا عم
Mic check. Let's do it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you at the annual 14th Saudi Green Building Forum. First of all, we're going to start with the ASAF Award, and we're going to invite Mr. Faisal Al-Fadl for ASAF Award. Magnum Priorities and the Energy and Water Category Award for Forbes International Tower, Mr. Uthman Ibrahim, Vice Chairman and Group CEOs, Rawabi Holding, and Vice Chairman of Magnum Priorities, Majid Mar'i, CEO, Magnum Properties. Roshan Company Human Experience and Partnership Award, Muhammad Al-Mansour, Senior Director, Corporate Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me the immense pleasure to introduce our first distinguished guest of this today, Engineering Mr. Abdul Aziz bin Saleh Al Aboudi, CEO Dakar Development Company.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الأخوة الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، شرف كبير لنا في شركة داخل للتطوير الانضمام إليكم اليوم في الدورة 14 للمنتدى السعودي للأبنية الخضراء. يسعدنا لقاء هذه الكوكبة المتميزة من كبار الضيوف لمناقشة موضوعات مهمة جدا ترتبط بمستقبل المملكة، ألا هو التنمية المستدامة والأبنية الخضراء. تشهد المملكة العربية السعودية في الوقت الراهن نمواً اقتصادياً ملحوظاً وتحولاً كبير يرجع ذلك إلى الدعم القوي والتوجيهات السديدة من مقام خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود وصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظهم الله. وفي ظل النمو الهائل والتحول غير المسبوق في المملكة ينبغي أن يتجلى هذا التقدم في التزامنا بالاستدامة بما يتماشى مع مستهدفات النمو الاقتصادي والمسؤولية البيئية والاجتماعية في رؤية 2030، حيث تعطي رؤية 2030 الأولوية للأبنية المستدامة من خلال ممارسات ذات الصلة بهذا النهج ودمج الطاقة المتجددة والاستخدام الفاعل للموارد، كما هي حال المبادرات الوطنية الأخرى. يجسد مشروع داخل مكة التزامنا الجماعي بمستقبل مستدام ويوازن بين النمو الاقتصادي والمسؤولية البيئية. يسرني أيضاً أن أهنئ المنتدى السعودي للأبنية الخضراء على انعقاد النسخة 14، وهو دليل على التزام الراسخ بالاستدامة من خلال الريادة والتعاون والعمل الذي واصل إلهام التغيير الإيجابي بما يمهد الطريق نحو بيئة قوية مستدامة بحلول عام 2050. نثني على جهودكم في قيادة هذه الفعالية، ونحن في شركة ذاخر للتطوير نفخر بشراكتها معكم لتحقيق هذه الأهداف والغايات. تعد شركة ذاخر للتطوير المطور الرئيسي والقائم بتطوير المخطط العام والبنية التحتية لمشروع ذاخر مكة الذي تقدر قيمته بأكثر من 26 مليار ريال سعودي. يمتد المشروع على مساحة 320 ألف متر مربع ليكون بذلك أحد أكبر مشاريع التطوير العقاري في المملكة العربية السعودية كقطاع خاص 100%. يقع هذا المشروع على بعد كيلومتر واحد تقريبا من المسجد الحرام، ويوفر مرافق متنوعة بمستوى عالمي مما يجعله أكثر المشاريع العقارية شمولا في المملكة وفي مكة تحديدا. وتعطي الشركة داخل للتطوير الأولوية للتنمية المستدامة من خلال دمج الممارسات الصديقة للبيئة في عمليات البناء وتطوير المشروع. بالإضافة إلى المشروع الحالي، وقعنا أيضاً بالشراكة مع الهيئة الملكية لمدينة مكة المكرمة والمشاعر المقدسة اتفاقية جديدة لتأسيس أكبر صندوق عقاري برأس مال بلغ 11 مليار ريال سعودي بهدف تطوير منطقة الكدوة العشوائية الواقعة في جنوب الحرم المكي، وهذا ثاني مشاريع الشركة في مكة المكرمة تحديداً. ومن خلال التصاميم وإعداد المخطط العام للمشروع شملت المبادرات الرئيسية استخدام معايير توفير الطاقة وممارسات الحد من النفايات، وكذلك إعادة استخدام الصخور المقطوعة لرصف طرق الممرات والساحات داخل المشروع كأول مشروع نوعي من نوعه في المملكة العربية السعودية بشكل عام، وفي المناطق الجبلية بشكل خاص مثل مكة المكرمة بما حباها الله من بيئة جبلية وصخور جميلة للاستفادة منها في إعادة التدوير واستخدامها في رفصل الساحات والممرات والمشاة في المشروع. وتم تنفيذ ذلك فعليا على أرض المشروع لأول مرة كمشروع تطوير عقاري ينفذ في مكة المكرمة. وأجرينا أيضا دراسات مكثفة حول طرق حصاد وجمع مياه من وادي إبراهيم بما في ذلك إعادة حقن مياه زمزم لمشروع ولبئر زمزم أهمية خاصة في مشاريع التطوير في تحديدا في مدينة مكة المكرمة وبالقرب من الحرم المكي الشريف، مع الحرص على تجنب التلوث وتنظيم وتصميم مصاطب ومصائد خاصة لزمزم أكوفر. قمنا بتوسيع المساحات الخضراء وذلك من خلال زراعة النباتات المحلية على امتداد الطرق لتقليل استخدام مياه الري وأيضا إعادة تدويرها. إضافة إلى ذلك تم تصميم الحدائق العامة والمساحات المفتوحة لتعزيز التنوع البيئي وخلق مساحات خضراء مستدام مما يساهم في تحسين جودة الهواء. كما نهدف إلى تحقيق الراحة الحرارية في المناطق الحضرية من خلال حلول مستدامة مثل تصميم المباني لتوفير الظلال الطبيعية باستخدام النباتات واختيار مواد بناء تعكس الحرارة واستفادة من العناصر المائية والتهوية الطبيعية. في إطار حرصنا على تعزيز الاستدامة بشكل أكبر قمنا بدمج محطات النقل العام والممرات المخصصة للدراجات الهوائية ومحطات شحن المركبات الكهربائية وإضاءة الشوارع التي تعمل بالطاقة الشمسية لجعل التنقل داخل المشروع أسهل وأكثر توافقاً مع معايير البيئية. ومن خلال هذه المبادرات يبرز داخل مكة نموذجاً للتنمية الحضرية المستدامة، مما يؤدي إلى تقليل بصمته البيئية بشكل كبير. ختاماً، يعتبر مشروع داخل مكة تجسيداً لرؤيتنا لمستقبل يندمج فيه النمو الاقتصادي والاستدامة معاً على حد سواء، لنقدم من خلاله نموذج للتنمية المستدامة للأجيال القادمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Aboudi, CEO, Tucker Development Company. Please join me in the welcome the next speaker, Mrs. Elena Bodum. Elena is a development economist and sustainability researcher and expert with more than 15 years of experience with the United Nations, having worked across different world regions and with prior experience with academia and private sector. She's currently leads UNITAR SDGs team that develops and implements capacity building projects for both government and non-government stakeholders.
Distinguished forum guests, let me first start by saying that it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today, and I thank you, the Saudi Green Building Forum, for the invitation. I'm going to speak a little bit about the topic that is very dear to our hearts within the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. It's about building the capacities of the private sector for the SDGs in the built environment. And I will first say a few words about my organization. So, United Nations Institute for Training and Research was established in the 60s with a view to helping the newly independent states to strengthen the capacities of their negotiators to better participate in multilateral negotiations. So we continue supporting the strengthening of capacities for United Nations member states to engage in the setting of the global norms. At the same time, with the years, we have expanded our outreach, and we started working more also at the national level, supporting initially the governments, and now we work increasingly with other stakeholders on the implementation of these global norms at the national level. So when the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted, this has been a great game changer for us. I think one of the things that we kept on saying that compared to the Millennium Development Goals, Sustainable Development Goals would require much broader engagement. They are not just about the UN, they are not just about member states and governments. The contributions of other stakeholders will be essential given the scope and ambition of these global goals. Recognizing this, what we've done back in 2019 with the stewardship of the United Nations Deputy Secretary General and jointly with another UN agency, UN System Staff College, we reached out to other UN partner organizations, but also other organizations to create what we call UN SDG Learn Partnership. And we started with a very simple idea, creating a gateway to the resources, learning resources that already existed, but to facilitate, enable learners to easily find sustainable development learning through this gateway, using the SDGs, but also the type of learning and cross-cutting topics as the taxonomies. And then with the time, we started engaging with different communities, professional communities, and around themes, trying to understand what are the specific needs of these audiences. So we created, for example, a statistics community on UN SDG Learn, evaluation community, women to lead community. And since we have several stakeholders who are very active with the private sector, such as, for example, UN Global Compact, International Organization for Employers, World Economic Forum, we set up an SDG for Business task force, also with significant participation of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And in our discussions have led to this idea, which we have been developing jointly with UNIDO colleagues and Sustainable Development Solutions Network. It's called Capabilities for the Future Hub. And the idea is essentially how do we harness the expertise and the resources that may already exist and that may be available within, for example, higher education institutions, business communities, vocational education and training institutions, and industrial authorities. How do we bring them together? How do we share the knowledge across communities, between countries as well? And how do we enable relevant learning, access to relevant learning for different industries? And I think we had a particular concern for the small and medium-sized enterprises, recognizing that larger companies have more resources, some of them have their own training centers to engage with sustainability transitions. So we were discussing how do we enable smaller companies who have to participate in this, and some of them are also under pressure now, for example, to contribute to reporting when they are suppliers, to be able to cope with this situation, but also use sustainability transformations as business opportunities, not just seeing this as a burden. So we will be presenting it at the upcoming Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum that will be held in Riyadh in a couple of weeks with UNIDO colleagues and SDSN. And then one of the ideas was also to see how do we work on specific sector pilots, and construction together with insurance will be the two pilot sectors that we will be discussing there. And the other thing that we've been looking at, of course, there is a huge drive now for reporting. When it comes to SDG reporting and introducing changes, there are several levels. And we are also looking at how to better align them. So at a global level, of course, with the SDGs, ESG is also mentioned in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, which is part of the global partnership and implementation of the SDGs. There is global level monitoring led by the United Nations with global SDG progress reports. And then annually, high-level political forum on sustainable development is organized by the United Nations in New York. There are thematic and regional reviews of progress. UN member states at the national level, they also engage. Some produce national SDG progress reports, but all of the member states are invited to produce voluntary national reviews at least twice within a 15-year period. Discussing how they are making progress on the SDGs and also using data and evidence to support their discussion of progress with statistical annexes. Then, of course, the starting point for many was to see how national development plans and strategies are aligned with the SDGs. And then also there are multiple reporting and implementation requirements under various conventions aligned with the SDGs. While SDGs are a soft international law instrument, they are not mandatory per se, and in fact they have to be adapted and customized to the national realities. There are a number of mandatory commitments from member states under multilateral environmental agreements, for example, and others. Then at the local level also, local authorities started engaging through voluntary local reviews, and some of them are integrating SDGs in local development plans and urban planning. And then for the private sector, of course, Global Reporting Initiative had been developing standards, universal standards, topical standards, and now they are developing sector standards. There are some other examples. There are regional initiatives, including mandatory, such as within European Union, for example, now. And then many of them also refer to the needs that would be specific for different sectors and topics. And so that's a great opportunity for the private sector to engage. And yesterday we held, in fact, a masterclass together with the Saudi Green Building Forum for SMEs to discuss a little bit how that would be applicable in the realities of Saudi Arabia, but also the Arab world. And this has been a great exchange, I think, and we've learned some lessons. And I will finish my presentation by sharing some of those takeaways that will provide the basis for us to engage further on this topic. So one of them was really about the need to strengthen capacities of the private sector to engage with sustainability with a focus on specific construction sector challenges and opportunities in the Arab region. There are multiple commitments, but they are not necessarily yet organized in a sector-specific standards. And I think that's something that is ongoing, but in parallel, capacity building efforts are required. Then there are also opportunities for SMEs. We need to create opportunities for SMEs to strengthen capacities to identify material topics, measure their progress, report, and collect data. Then another takeaway was really about enabling shift towards true engagement, including within large companies, with changes that are required at the level of mindsets and values, performance practices, business models, so that it's not just a tick in the box exercise, but sustainable development transitions are perceived as a real commitment and real opportunity in terms of changing, creating new business models, and supporting sustainability transformations at the local, national levels, and ultimately global level. So these are some of the takeaways, and we are in discussions also with the Saudi Green Building Forum on what could be also the next steps in terms of enabling these transitions and creating capacity building opportunities. And I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Elena. And private sector plays an important role actually to accelerate sustainable development goals. Welcome to the next presentation entitled Leveraging Precast Concrete Solution for Sustainable Residential Buildings with Mr. Bassam Al-Matar, Division Manager, Maritime Yard Development Project, Aramco. Bassam is a Division Manager, Maritime Yard Development Project at Aramco, and he will be speaking to us on the topic, Leveraging Precast Concrete Solution for Sustainable Residential Buildings. Please join me in welcoming Bassam to the stage.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good afternoon, distinguished and esteemed guests. Before I start, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bassam Al-Matar. I am Manager of Projects working in Saudi Aramco. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we explore sustainable opportunities. I will share with you Aramco's experience in leveraging a precast concrete solution to build sustainable residential buildings for the King Salman International Complex for Maritime Industries and Services Development Project, refers to MYDB. This complex is not only a cornerstone of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, but also a beacon of innovation and economic transformation. Today, we find ourselves at the intersection of two global essentials: the rapid expansion of infrastructure to support industrial growth, and the urgent need to embrace sustainability in every aspect of construction. Our vision for this major project is not just about developing world-class facilities, but ensuring that these developments contribute positively to the well-being of residents, workers, and the environment alike. Precast concrete is uniquely positioned to meet these demands. It offers a range of advantages, from reduced construction time to enhanced durability, and most importantly, significant environmental benefits. By optimizing energy efficiency, minimizing waste, and utilizing locally sourced material, a precast concrete can serve as a critical building block for sustainable communities. But sustainability goes beyond the material we use. It is about creating spaces that promote a high quality of life and reducing the carbon footprint of our built environment. I look forward to share Aramco's experience in this important topic. As we are all proud in Aramco to be associated with a visionary initiative, I would like to give you a brief introduction about King Salman International Complex for Maritime Industries and Services Ongoing Development Projects, MYDB. It is the largest maritime yard in the Middle East and North Africa region, positioning Saudi Arabia as a global hub. It is a bold vision and one of the bedrock in Saudi Arabia's ambitious efforts, led by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, to diversify its economy beyond oil, in line with the goal of Vision 2030. Located in the Arabian Gulf at Ras Al Khair, this state-of-the-art multifunction shipyard, which includes shipbuilding, repair, maintenance, and overhaul facilities, residential and support facilities. It has the capacity to construct 25 vessels and repair 116 per year, build 3 very large crude oil carriers and other 15 vessels per year, construct 4 rigs and 10 platforms per year. The complex spans a vast area of more than 11 square kilometers and is equipped with the latest in automation and robotics, ensuring efficient and precise practices. Operating this vast complex requires a substantial and skilled workforce, as well as residential areas to accommodate more than 14,000 staff. Focusing on residential zone, which spans an area of 915,000 square meters, here are some few facts and figures on the concrete and precast used. Total precast concrete used is approximately 100,000 cubic meters, of which 75,000 panels were produced. And the total built-up area is more than 122,000 square meters. There are a total of 93 facilities within the residential zone, which will house 14,000 workforce comprised of accommodation, main admin offices, and other support facility, as you can see. To effectively support this workforce accommodation, Aramco project management team have meticulously evaluated several methods of residential building construction that will play a crucial role in fast-tracking construction, improving well-being, and promoting sustainability. Utmost care was taken on the design, construction, and long-term performance of the buildings. Accordingly, the team concluded that precast concrete is the best option to elevate the quality, efficiency, and environmental controls, leading to sustainable building environment. The precast buildings were designed to meet the functional living spaces within modern amenities. Due to the large quantities of similar facilities, the fixed costs, such as those for molds, equipment, are spread over a large number of units, thus reducing the overall unit cost. As shown here, these are the key stages of a precast development process, starting from the preliminary to detailed design stage, manufacturing facility, all the way through the construction phase and the ongoing life cycle management. I will highlight the unique advantages that precast concrete offers at each step of the way. Now, I will briefly highlight the core benefits of using precast concrete solutions. These benefits relate to certain critical aspects, including safety, quality, design and production accuracy, construction, environment, resources, and thermal efficiency. Starting with safety, for Aramco's operation, safety is paramount. In a precast, since majority of work is done off-site in a controlled factory environment and setting, there is fewer on-site workers and equipment, thus reducing the risk of accidents. Another important aspect is quality. Utilizing automated production process in controlled environment will minimize the errors, ensuring consistency and superior quality, resulting in longer-lasting structures. From the production side, accuracy is critical. A precast production allows for precise measurements and dimensional accuracy as per design requirement. As for the main construction works, concrete panels are manufactured in parallel with site preparation, allowing for faster on-site assembly and erection. In terms of the environment, a production is executed in a controlled environment, as waste can be managed easily. In addition, water consumption is controlled and reduced. Furthermore, during a precast production, there is vast opportunities in reducing carbon emissions, in line with Aramco initiative. I will highlight later one such initiative in this regard. With regard to resources, there is reduced on-site workers and equipment during the production and construction stages. Last, but certainly not least, precast structures provide sufficient thermal insulation, which contributes to energy efficiency, reducing heat and cooling loss, thus lowering overall energy. Here are the basic production stage or steps that I will briefly touch upon. Starting from raw material preparation, a precise measurement and mixing of concrete material with cement. In parallel, mold preparation can be started. Basically, cleaning and coating of reusable steel or fiberglass molds. Once molds are ready, steel reinforcement and utility integration begins by efficient use of rebar while incorporating electrical, plumbing, and HVAC conduits and box out as per design. Then, concrete is poured into the prepared molds and steam cured in a controlled environment to accelerate concrete hardening. The final step is demolding and surface finishing. I should highlight that Aramco Project Management was careful to ensure best practices are implemented during the production, including the use of technologies to accelerate production and inspection. As an example, during production, water consumption was reduced by 25%, while steam curing assists in reducing the curing period to days instead of weeks. Another key technology used was the surface ground penetrating radar inspection, GPR. It is a non-destructive testing that provides real-time on-site view of concrete structures and generates accurate images automatically for instant on-site evaluation of casted panels. using these technologies along with best construction practices, resulting in casting 1,000 panels per week and erecting over 200 panels per day. The construction process of a precast element is highly efficient. The following are the main stages in the construction cycle. The site is first prepared and foundation constructed. Advantages include the capability for early starts, as site works can start while the engineering and production is ongoing. A precast delivery and unloading can then commence while foundation work is ongoing. During this stage, scheduling and unloading of precast concrete elements moves forward. A robust transportation plan should be established to ensure a smooth process. Once foundation concrete is completed, a precast installation and structural connection can be started. This stage involves lifting and positioning the precast components, securing them in place. Finally, the finishing touches by applying surface treatments and integrating a precast with other building material easier and faster. In a bid to enhance sustainability and reduce carbon footprint, Aramco worked closely with concrete suppliers to explore carbon emission reduction strategies. This was a company goal to reduce emission in the projects and during normal operation. It has been found that CO2 emission reduction from cement can be a viable and scalable solution. Therefore, recognizing the environmental impact of cement mixtures, natural pozzolana that reacts with calcium hydroxide to form compound with cementitious properties has been introduced as a partial replacement of cement in future projects as an effort to reduce CO2 emissions. Another technology that can be potentially used in wider scale is carbon cure technology. Basically, the technology works by collecting CO2 emissions from local industries and injecting it with measured doses to the concrete during mixing process at the batch plant. You can find more information about this technology in Aramco booth. Precast concrete does come with its challenges, such as inflexibility in design modification after production and higher initial cost if not executed over a large-scale development. Despite some of these challenges, still, precast concrete offers a holistic approach to sustainable construction, combining energy efficiency, water conservation, and material waste reduction, supporting environment sustainability, durability, project timeline improvement, and carbon emission reduction opportunities. All these positive parameters result in an extended lifespan and sustainable residential buildings. At the end, it is about building a future, not only structures. With this, I conclude my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Bassam. Sustainable residential building is not options. This building can make a difference, not to the owner only, but to the communities. Welcome to the next presenter, Walid Al-Ghamdi. Walid is the Senior Director for Sustainability at Roshan Group, Saudi Arabia. This company leading multi-assets class real estate developer and BIF company. He's responsible for planning and executing the company's sustainability agenda. With 2 decades of experiences in sustainability, Walid is one of the most experienced practitioners in the region with extensive experience across a range of industries. Please welcome with me, Walid Al-Ghamdi.
السلام عليكم أسعد الله ظهيرتكم. First of all, I'd like to thank the Saudi Green Building Forum for the opportunity to address you all today, and thank you all for attending. Again, my name is Walid Al-Ghamdi. I'm the Senior Director for Sustainability at Roshan, and I wanted to start my presentation, or the topic of the presentation is localizing sustainability in smart communities, a Roshan story. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how did we go about doing this and what did we do to integrate sustainable decision-making inside the business decision-making process. I'd like to start with a message from our leader. We are determined to build a thriving country in which all citizens can fulfill their dreams, hopes, and ambitions. And Roshan is at the center of that dream. Just a bit of background about Roshan. Roshan has been launched in 2020. It's a multi-asset development giga project. Many of you are familiar with us when it comes to our residential projects. Recently, we've launched a couple of stadiums, and more is coming. We're powered by the Public Investment Fund, and we are set to be one of the most valuable developers globally. As a company that is established as part of the Vision 2030, our main contributions are in the three programs that you see here: Quality of Life Program, Housing Program, and the PIF Program. The vision of the company is to be the most trusted community developer in Saudi Arabia, and the mission is to make long-term investments in the future of cities across this country. The mandate is to provide community living to hundreds of thousands of Saudi Arabian citizens or families, to become the largest community developer in the kingdom, to increase home ownership by 70%, to transform Saudi Arabia's contracting and infrastructure industry, to offer aspirational and rewarding lifestyles, and to support Saudi economic growth. So Roshan's path to this growth in its strategy is broken down into six pillars. One of the pillars is to be one of the top ESG developers in the region, or the most sustainable developer in the region. And this brings me to set the context for what I'd like to address for you today. How do you do that at a company scale in a real estate development company? So we start at what does this mean for Roshan and what is sustainability for a real estate developer. So Roshan aims to utilize a data-driven and performance approach to achieve its sustainable aspirations. So that's sort of the objective or the approach. The objectives are fourfold: human health and well-being, environmental stewardship, resource optimization, community vibrancy, and resilience. Now, what does this mean tangibly? It means that every time you try to make a decision that is driven by a desire to contribute to the sustainable development goals, you need to achieve one of these outcomes. It either contributes to the human health of either residents or visitors, or the people who work in the value chain. It contributes to the stewardship or protection or preservation or rehabilitation of the environment. And it either improves resource optimization, be it water or waste or energy or circularity, and then community vibrancy, and resilience, be it climate resilience or social resilience. So this sets sort of the picture of why we do what we do. We're trying to achieve some of these objectives. In doing so, we came up with a sustainability framework. This framework tries to align certain business activities within Roshan and align them with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or the UN SDGs. So the pillars that we have in the framework are sustainable and resilient living, vibrant communities, empowering our people, and creating economic value. This is a broad understanding of sustainable development, not necessarily focused solely on environmental stewardship or environmental protection, but it encompasses economic and social dimensions as well. And what you see on the screen here is how do we align both with Vision 2030 objectives, L2 objectives, and then also the UN SDGs. To achieve or to arrive at this framework that you see, this is not an individual's decision. This is not something someone can do in a vacuum. This is a result of extensive research, stakeholder engagement, integration with the business, as the owner of sustainability topics are often widespread within the business. There is an implication for construction, there's an implication for design, there's an implication for finance, there's an implication for worker welfare, for HR. And so it is very important that everybody's on the same page and that everybody buys into this vision. Otherwise, you will just keep facing hiccups and bumps along the way. So to take that framework that is corporate-wide and try to bring it down to earth when it comes to what's tangible on the ground. How do we develop communities, and how do we go about operating our design, construction, or operation of buildings and communities? We broke it down into these 8, what we call material topics. This is a result of again, a wide workshop, company-wide, where you list out all the issues that are material to you as an individual or a company that works within this sector. And so between the challenges faced by the sector, by the country, by the business, these are the 8 issues that we try to put forward so we can make decisions around them. So one of them is mobility, or sustainable mobility, so to speak. Climate change mitigation adaptation, biodiversity, energy management, water management, waste and materials, human health and well-being, and community vibrancy. What you notice here is that if you are familiar with the UN SDGs, there's a few of the SDGs that are not shown here. And the reason for that is this is tailored for us. We are a real estate company. We're a real estate asset manager, developer that is operating in a certain space. And so it's important to bring it down to earth so your stakeholders within the business can actually understand what is required of them in their day-to-day jobs. And so when it comes down to it, each one of the issues that we just discussed is actually measured. So you develop KPIs and indicators. For example, when we look at climate change mitigation and adaptation, one of the issues you look at is GHG emissions. The other would be flash flood management. A third would be refrigerant management. And all these feed into a vein based on what exactly do we do as a business. And you go item by item, there's indicator by indicator across the business. So now that I explained what is the objective that we're trying to get to, how did we organize ourselves as a company, and then what did that mean tangibly for the project component of the company, where do we go from here? We embarked on this journey to try to adapt what we just described to what best practice is, understand what the gaps that we might have, try to align with the global standard, and try to see whether or not we can meet that standard. And the standard that we chose is the BSI Kite Mark, the British Standard Institute Kite Mark. BSI is a trademark that was established in 1903, so they're over a century old. It's based in the UK, it's not based here. They provide a level of assurance and quality control over products and services. For us as a real estate developer, we're not a manufacturer, we're not a healthcare provider, we're a real estate developer. We've identified one kite mark specifically that applies to us, and that is the Smart City Kite Mark. And we aspire to benchmark ourselves against that kite mark. And in order to do that, you need to demonstrate a degree of compliance with 2 ISO standards. So the first one is ISO 37101, which is Sustainable Development in Communities, Developing of a Management System. And the second one is ISO 37106, and that is Sustainable Cities and Communities, Establishing Smart City Operating Model. So according to the kite mark, a smart city is a city that is built on sustainable foundations that implements a smart city operating model. In today's talk, I'm going to focus on the first part only, given the topic of our discussion today at the Saudi Green Building Forum. So I'm going to be focusing on ISO 37101. Did the activities I just described meet the requirements of the standard? If not, are there any gaps, and what do we need to go to fix them? And so, but generally speaking, I just wanted to give you a high level of benefits of what a kite mark is and what the value is. So it allows you to increase innovation, improve collaboration, because the ownership of topics and the ownership of policies and processes are very clear. I mean, it's easy if you are doing something for yourself or you're at home and you make one decision, or you're the sole decision maker on a lot of things. But when you look at a company that's about 1,500 employees with billions and billions of investments, you need to come up with something a bit more robust, because how decisions are made and what how authorities are delegated in the business are quite different. In terms of value, obviously, it improves productivity. It's a good place to do business when you have a smart and sustainable community. It improves the quality of life, and it's also a more efficient way to govern, because it's data-driven. It gives you a high degree of transparency, etc. So just to give you an overview of what the scope of the standard is. It's Sustainable Development in Communities establishes requirements for a management system for sustainable development. So the scope is a city or a community. In our case, it's communities. We're not a city. We're not a government entity. We are a private developer that develops discrete communities. And so it is intended to develop a management system for the body that develops that. And then there's a set of outcomes that are required. So like managing sustainability and fostering smartness, or improving the contributions to community, or assessing the performance of community and progressing towards sustainable development goals. So you would identify what the issue is. And those are the 8 things that I talked about earlier. How do you measure? You have your indicators and KPIs, and then ongoing reporting. And then, just generally speaking, it's intended to be used by any entity, small or big, private or public, and it is intended to make communities more resilient, sustainable, and demonstrate and communicate those achievements. So, what is required of the standard? And this is a graph that comes straight out of the standard. So the idea here is that you need to demonstrate certain components within how you manage sustainability topic in your business. So first, you need to have leadership. So is there a commitment? Is there a vision? Is there a mission? Is there a policy? And when I talked earlier about what the mission and the drive of the company is, those are the mission, vision, and policy. When I talked about the objectives and what we're trying to achieve. And the context is, like I mentioned, we are contributing to 3 VRPs, Vision Realization Programs. We're part of Vision 2030. We are a multi-asset developer. And then these are steps that you iterate, because every time you have a business change, you need to go over these processes and targets to revise them, because this is not a static state. You have to be dynamic and be able to make sure that the business is profitable, but at the same time it meets its obligations and commitments. Now, there are a series of sequential activities once that is set up. So it's not a matter of let's just make a commitment or make a statement, but what actually are you doing? And so you need to plan, you need to be able to have a process for you to identify risks and opportunities. For example, when it comes to risks and opportunities, when we talk about energy management or climate change or biodiversity, as we mentioned earlier, what are the risks when you operate, when you construct, when you design? How can you turn some of those risks into opportunities? Can you monetize them? Can you turn them into their own businesses? Is there anything that's intangible that's a benefit that you can benefit from? Then after that, there's the support. What resources do you have? Could be hardware, could be software, could be personnel and capabilities. You need to improve awareness and communicate and document that progress. You need to operate by planning and controlling. So it is any business, any financial institution will have a series of controls to manage the flow of money. Similar to that, you want to also manage your sustainability performance in a manner that gives it visibility, but also tracks that progress. And then continuous evaluation. Is this on track? Is it not? Is it difficult to achieve? Are there areas outside your control that you cannot that impacts your performance? Be it supply chain shortages, be it just stuff is not available in this market, or people just don't know how to do what you want to do. All these are challenges that you need to keep an eye on and come up with mitigation measures against them, or recalibrate your targets. And then the ultimate objective is to have a more sustainable and resilient and smart community. So what did Roshan do? Well, we developed something called the Sustainable Management System. On the purple side of that is the components that apply directly to the development or investment activities. So we have an investment control process. That's a process that applies to the business. It's not a sustainability process, it's the business process. But then we integrate within it, because that is, quote unquote, the Bible or the main user manual for the business of what happens when and who's responsible. So you cannot be set up in a vacuum, as the sustainability objectives need to be tracked with every business decision. There's an environmental and social management system that is in line with the IFC, or International Finance Corporation, Sustainability Performance Implementation Plan, and Sustainability Certification Program, similar to Mustadam or LEED or BRIAM or the like. And then there's a degree of topical or operational programs and guidelines. For example, Sustainable Design Guidelines is one. A decarbonization or carbon management program is another. Sustainable performance procedures. And this, again, is designed and meant to inform and integrate in that investment control process. The idea is track the sustainability performance as you track money flow within the business. Many of these, or all of them, are in operation at Roshan at this time. And then the issues on the right, the ones in yellow, are areas for continuous improvement. There's a lot of innovation that happens here. Not just in Saudi, even globally. Many of you understand or have been hearing about sustainable finance or green bonds. Some of them have been issued in this region, but only very few have been issued here in Saudi. And that is an area that we need to also integrate in our plans: supply chain sustainability, corporate reporting, and data management, and the like. All of these are tools, business tools, for you to integrate sustainable performance throughout the business. So this is what we did. This is what Roshan did in trying to respond to the requirements of that particular standard. And a reminder, I'm not talking about 37106, the smart city component. I'm only talking about the sustainable component. And so what is the result? The result is in August 2023, last year, Roshan became the first company in the Middle East, Africa, India, and Turkey to achieve the BSI Smart Cities and Communities Kite Mark. What this means is that a third party came and did a full 2-week assessment and audit of Roshan's systems, looked at everything to assess whether or not we are operating in a sustainable manner, that our corporate level structure is aligned with ISO 37101, and that we have an operating model that started to integrate smart city components in line with 37106. In this kite mark, there's a maturity framework. And that maturity framework starts with pre-developing or developing, and those two are not compliant with these standards. After that, you move to collaborative, and then leading, and then visionary. So the takeaway from this is that you don't need to be perfect in day one, because you never will be. The idea is to take a stand, make a statement, progress, improve, and then continuously evaluate and continuously improve after that. Last year in 2023, we achieved the third level, which is collaborative, and our target is to be a visionary. And that's going to take a few years for us to get there. But the idea is to take a step now and prepare now so you can achieve that in 1 or 2 or 3 years. And this cannot be done without collaboration with our internal stakeholders, but more importantly, our external stakeholders, from suppliers, regulators, investors, banks, manufacturers. Everybody has something to do in this game. In order for us to develop sustainable communities, we all have to work together. We need to understand what the ultimate objective is. We have a very good Vision 2030 set for the country. We have Saudi Green Initiative that also complements that vision. And the idea is that this puts everybody on the same page for us to achieve the ultimate objective. With that, I'd like to thank you for listening. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walid Al-Ghamdi, and thank you for Ocean to help our environment to be more sustainable and go beyond just make our real estate more greener and more environment and friend for environment. Welcome me to the Kareem Dayhoum. He's the next presenter. He's a BMI certified associate in project management and project management professional, as well as a USGBC certified lead Green Associate. He currently leads the internal project management unit at Magnum Priorities, and as Executive Director of Projects over the years, Kareem has adaptively overseen entire developments and expansions for more major cooperative projects, managing the full life cycle from intention and pre-planning to the tendering and final closeout. Welcome with me to Kareem Dayhoum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished forum guests. On behalf of Magnum Properties and our executive leadership in attendance, it is an absolute pleasure to be participating in the 14th edition of the Saudi Green Building Forum. And we very much look forward to the key insights and key takeaways that will hopefully help us all collectively contribute more positively to climate change. My name is Kareem Dayhoum. I'm the Executive Director of Projects at Magnum Properties, and I'm delighted to be presenting to you the Forbes International Tower. So quick introduction into who we are. Magnum Properties is the real estate development arm of the Saudi-based conglomerate group Rawabi Holding. We were incepted back in 2021 with the main objective and sole purpose of developing one of the most premium and unique real estate projects in the region. And we do want to emphasize the regionality component, because that's a very important aspect of our overall sort of regional proposition. I'd also like to start off with introducing our distinguished and esteemed board of directors. We have Sheikh Abdulaziz Ali Turki, who's the chairman of Rawabi Holding and the chairman of Magnum Properties. We have Mr. Osman Ibrahim, the group president and CEO of Rawabi Holding and the vice chairman of Magnum Properties. We also have Mr. Megid Mar'i, who's the chairman of Magnum Holding and the CEO of Magnum Properties. We have Mrs. Novat Turki, VP of Corporate Affairs at Rawabi Holding. We also have Her Excellency, the former Minister of Investment, Mrs. Dalia Khurshid, and currently the Managing Director of Beltone Financial. And then last but not least, we also have Sara Al-Batouti, who is a UN Global Ambassador and a high-level climate champion. So what I do want to do is provide you with some context into the relationship or the nature of the relationship that we have with Forbes. We're looking to develop one of the most sophisticated state-of-the-art retail and office complexes, not just in the region, but also on a global level. And what we're also trying to do is move into this realm of branded offices. And there's no real better partner to affiliate or associate ourselves with than by partnering up with a name like Forbes. And this also, unequivocally also helped us prove, not just to Forbes, but to the multinational corporates and the larger institutions that we're targeting, that we have what it takes, both in terms of our technical capability and our in-house competency, to actually deliver the offices of the future that will not just meet, but also exceed the expectations and standards of those larger corporates in terms of sustainability, in terms of technological innovation, security, and also level of sophistication. We officially announced this exciting partnership with Forbes back in January of 2023 at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. And based on this inception, this would be the world's first Forbes branded tower.
Going back to the regionality, so what we're trying to offer here is we want to create and establish this network of sophisticated office infrastructure across the region, so we have a much wider regional footprint. What we're trying to do with this is that we're interconnecting these projects, so these towers, where we're looking at KSA, we're looking at UAE, and we're looking at Egypt. And by doing that, we're actually able to centrally manage the performance of those assets from one single location. And then on the other side, in terms of the tenants and some of the offerings that we can provide to our tenants, is the ability to utilize the different facilities and amenities within the remaining Forbes Tower. So what we're trying to do here is, if you're a tenant or an occupier in one of the towers, you automatically also gain access to the Forbes themed business centers that we have in the remaining towers through this digital exclusive platform that you can actually book and reserve the spaces you need to accommodate any of your customers and clients as necessary. Now, the key real differentiating factor to what we've done here was from the outset and from the get-go, we partnered up with Adrian Smith and Gordon Gill. AS&GG is one of the most widely recognized and highly reputable international architectural firms in the world. They have an incredible past experience when it comes to high-rise towers, skyscrapers from North and Southern America all the way through the Asia-Pacific region. They have a sister company as well called Carbon Lab. That's their sustainability arm or sustainability division. And we're actually working with them on two main fronts. So first and foremost is we're looking to create this unique architectural concept in Marvel. And then on the other side, in terms of sustainability, we're looking to actually elevate the sustainability features and standards of this project to become one of the most sustainable towers, not just in the region, but also on a global level. And this is not any sort of form of greenwashing from our end. What we're actually doing is we're looking to target the highest levels of building certification across all the various green building schemes. So LEED, WELL, BREEAM, EDGE, Green Star, we're targeting the highest levels of certification. And then we want to take that a step forward and going beyond that by looking at our net zero carbon aspirations. A few months ago, we've registered with the ILFI, the International Living Future Institute, a net zero carbon certificate, which will help us ensure and demonstrate our commitment that when these towers and those network of towers are operational, we get to the point where we hit net zero carbon emissions. And this is an environmentally conscious development. It's a project that was designed with this approach known as environmentally responsive architecture by both AS&GG and Carbon Lab. These are the main 5 pillars that we really focused on from the outset. So looking at design uniqueness, creating this unique architectural concept and this iconic landmark project. Sustainability, so really, creating a completely new benchmark when it comes to sustainability, and Magnum Properties is extremely aggressive and ambitious with their sustainability goals. Security and technology, you can't have an incredibly sophisticated and sustainable tower without it also being equally secure as a completely secure premises, and also technologically advanced. And then we're looking at art and luxury to really enhance the user's experience, so artistic elements that really take us away from just conventional office space and really create a very unique, distinguished office experience. So this is the perspective of the tower. You'll see here we have a lower component. This is the retail, high-end retail offering with elements of hospitality and high-end F&B concepts in place. And then we have, you can see here, the tower is split into 2 wings. We have a northern wing and a southern wing. The entire tower's height is designed to 240 meters. We're talking approximately 50 floors of grade A plus office space. And we have a central atrium running throughout the core of the tower from the ground floor up until the top. And this is actually considered the tallest atrium in the world. You'll notice as well that we have a landscape area right across. So the idea is we want to complement the verticality of the tower with a horizontal element as well, whereby our users are not, or our tenants and occupiers are not just restricted to working vertically within the tower, but they can also extend that into the horizontal element as well. Total built-up area, we're talking approximately just over 100,000 square meters, and the split for the network of those towers is 85% for grade A office space, and then 15% dedicated for high-end retail. Now, to really focus on sustainability and what we're doing on that front, we started to look at, because of the overall massing of the project, we wanted to make use of the external envelope and that external skin of the tower. We work with both ASNGG and their sister company, Carbon Lab, along with Kotai Facades, our facade engineering consultant, to create this unique closed cavity facade system. So basically what it is, it's a high performance envelope. It's 2 sheets of glass with an air gap in between and a dynamic shading device. That dynamic shading device changes according to the amount of sunlight or thermal transmitters coming in. And the insulating glass unit itself is of low U value or low thermal transmitters, which will help us obviously in terms of really controlling the indoor environment and reducing our overall operational consumptions. Sticking to the topic of the external envelope and that external skin, we're also looking to adopt the BIPV system within the facade. So BIPV stands for Building Integrated Photovoltaic Panels. And what it is, it's solar panels that are installed or embedded within the facade of the tower. And because we have such a large surface area in terms of the entire external envelope, by utilizing these BIPVs, we're actually looking to produce 25% of the total energy needs of our tower solely through the BIPV. And I like to actually, when you look at this graphical illustration, this is a great illustration to Magnum Properties' absolute commitment when it comes to sustainability. What Carbon Lab have done is they've compared the volume of BIPV that has been installed on projects that are currently existing around the world. So they compared India, Italy, and Denmark, and then they compared it with the volume of BIPV that we're looking to install. And you can see here, we're exceeding that of the Copenhagen project by 4-fold. Now, I mentioned the importance of our target of really becoming net zero by the time this network of infrastructure projects are operational. And so one of the key ways we're looking to do this is by utilizing a technology, a green hydrogen technology known as LOHC. So LOHC stands for Liquid Organic Hydrogen Carrier Technology. What it basically is, it's a container with an oil-like substance. This oil-like substance allows us to chemically bond hydrogen, and then that helps us safely and sustainably store and transport that hydrogen to facilities that have the infrastructure that can actually extract that hydrogen, put it into a fuel cell, and power its building. By using that technology, it's a scalable and modular system. So what it means is that I don't only need to produce 100%, I can actually exceed that 100% threshold. I can go up to 125 and go up to 150%, and that surplus clean energy can actually go back and feed the grid. And when I get to that stage, I'm no longer net zero, I actually become negative carbon. The additional point that I want to mention is that we're not actually going to need to get this LOHC to our project and extract the hydrogen, because we can actually even produce hydrogen on site. So what we can do is, using the BIPV panels that we've installed and the renewable energy that we're producing on site, we can actually utilize that clean hydrogen, and through a process known as electrolysis, which helps us actually produce hydrogen by running current through water, we can take that hydrogen, chemically bond it into the carrier, and when needed, through a dehydrogenation process, we produce the energy on site. So we're self-sustaining, and we're no longer reliant on conventional electricity. And this is just this explains the value chain of the, sorry, it's just, I just need to change the slides. Anyway, I can continue, and then I'll, hopefully it'll start, yeah. So this actually shows you the process of how we produce that hydrogen and that hydrogenation and then that dehydrogenation. So the charging and the discharging of the hydrogen to produce the electricity that we need completely on site. Water management, so we're looking at water management in terms of our complete water conservation efforts in reducing the amount of water that we actually need to consume. So we're looking at installing efficient sanitary fixtures and fittings to help us really reduce that fresh water demand. And then we're also looking at condensate water that we get from air handling units. We're looking at rainwater, we're looking at gray water, and putting that through ultrafiltration systems. So ultrafiltration systems that are actually powered by the solar panels to help us use that water, reuse water into non-potable applications. And then you'll see here, this is the vision we have for the Forbes Park. So this sophisticated office park. It's a park that is sophisticated in the sense that we're going to be equipping it with a Wi-Fi cloud, and we'll ensure that there's complete coverage in terms of cybersecurity provisions considered to make sure that as our occupiers or users and associates need to work or are looking to work within the landscape, there's no risk or of any sort of hacking from our end. And we're working with one of our landscape architects, the SWA, in also embedding elements of sustainability to help even our users actually prolong the duration of which they work from the landscape. So these canopies you see here are embedded with monocrystalline panels, so they help us produce renewable energy, and you can charge your laptop from the landscaped areas. All the vegetation you see here is completely climate adapted. So it's vegetation that thrives in an environment within the region and also does not consume a lot of water. Based on that simulation that we've run with these schemes and strategies that I've mentioned, we're looking at a total reduction in our indoor water use of 74%. And then I do want to emphasize, let me just stand here. So I do want to emphasize the main, because net zero carbon, and when you look at life cycle carbon emissions, you're looking at embodied carbon and operational carbon. With embodied carbon, we're making sure that during construction, we're very careful with how we select our materials, how it's manufactured, produced, transported, and used. We're looking at this concept known as greening the building. So we're looking for low alternatives for concrete and cement that has a much lower carbon content. For example, we're talking materials like fly ash and GBFS, ground blast furnace slag. So these are materials that pretty much give you the same performance of concrete, but with a lower carbon content. We're also then coupling that with X-carb rebar, so it's steel that's produced in facilities that use renewable energy and also has a much higher scrap content. And based on that, we're looking at a 58% reduction in our embodied carbon. These are the remaining strategies that I've just mentioned, and the total sort of targets that we've set for ourselves. And based on a simulation of extending that or extrapolating these schemes for a period of 60 years, we're looking at a total complete elimination or avoidance of carbon emissions, about 438 million kilograms of CO2. These are just a snapshot of some of the green building certifications we're looking to target. The additional point that I also want to add is the smartness of this tower. So we're going to be equipping this tower with IoT sensors throughout, and the idea is it helps us both inward and outward. Inward in terms of actually helping us really optimize our operations given the insights that we can receive from those IoT sensors, and then outward in terms of actually taking that raw data, analyzing it, anonymizing it, and monetizing on those data assets to external third-party entities that might be interested in this kind of information. And because we're doing that, we're also targeting Smart Score and Wired Score certification. So for those of you that might not be aware of what these are, so Smart Score or Wired Score looks at how smart a building is, depending on certain criteria. So Smart Score is more concerned with the level of sophistication of your software technology and how that's embedded within your building management system. Wired Score looks at the infrastructure and the actual hardwired connectivity of the tower, and we're targeting the platinum levels for both. So again, really showcasing our capability in not just delivering sustainable projects, but sustainable, smart, cognitive projects as well. This is the consortium of consultants that we've been able to really bring together over the past few years. You're looking at consultants that are best in class across every single trade and discipline, and we've been able to manage them, delicately to really bring this project, to fruition. And one really exciting element, because obviously this is, you know, I can go on and on about the real, you know, incredible features of this project. But one element I do want to highlight is this unique collaboration that we have with the design function of the BMW group. So BMW has a design arm known as DesignWorks that generally, of course, works within the automotive industry. And this is the first case ever in their entire portfolio where the design arm of BMW actually applies that lighting technology and expertise that we see on a day-to-day basis in their cars and within the automotive industry, and actually takes that and applies it within the external facade of a building. And the idea, again, is to really create this unique, engaging experience, and we call it this, you know, artistic technology. So combining art and technology together to really create something incredibly unique. And this is just another perspective, so you can see the size of the tower against the Forbes Park. And I'd like to thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kareem, and you are the best example for SDG 17 partnership, how this kind of company make a partnership with BMW. Put the chairs. Yep. We're going to start the panel discussion. So the panel discussion, the first panel discussion that we're going to do today is localizing sustainable development goals, and I'm going to invite my colleague Bandar Al-Utaibi. Bandar consultant with the extensive experience in financial advisory, national and city strategic and economic policy. He also holds a postgraduate diploma in statistics covering social studies, statistics such as SDGs and the Human Development Index.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think as a youth, we'll start with the amazing presentation today, amazing conference. We can always be so ambitious because of what we're enabled to do, and this conference is definitely part of it. So my name is Bandar Al-Utaibi. I'm a senior consultant at BR Happold Advisory, where I've been, it's a multidisciplinary engineering consultancy firm that's been in the kingdom for 46 years, where we opened our first office in Riyadh, 1978. I'd like to welcome you to the panel session on localizing sustainable development goals. As global challenges become increasingly complex, the need to adapt sustainable development goals, or SDGs for short, to local context is more urgent than ever. Today, we'll explore how communities, governments, stakeholders can work together to implement these goals in ways that resonate with local needs and realities. The insights will be shared by our esteemed panelists today. It will be extremely valuable as we discuss strategies for ensuring that no one, absolutely no one, is left behind. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. Osama Tony, Associate Director of Sustainability from Roshan. Osama Tony is a seasoned sustainability professional with a decade-worth expertise in sustainability, currently serving as the AD of Sustainability at Roshan. He works closely with Waleed, who gave the just outstanding presentation a few minutes ago. Please also help me welcoming Ahmed Qasim, Chief Investment Officer of Magnum Properties. Ahmed is a seasoned investment professional, over 15 years of institutional investment banking experience. I mean, he's working now in a hydrogen-powered building. I don't think it gets any cooler than that. Also, please help me in welcoming Umair Ullah, Director of Sustainability and ESG from PwC Middle East.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, does it work? Amazing, absolutely amazing. I mean, I don't know if I should sit here or sit opposite, but I think I'll just sit opposite you guys so you get a better vision. I mean, this is just an amazing topic, amazing presentations, and amazing emphasis on the SDGs and the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have a panel of semi-government and private sector players that are very important into this process of localizing those SDGs. So perhaps Umar, we'll start with you on, Mayor, what's your opinion on how important it is for governments and all other stakeholders in this sphere in actually localizing the Sustainable Development Goals overall and specifically in the built environment?
Thanks. A nice, easy one to start with. Look, I think the answer is it's obviously very, very important, and I'm going to tell you why, maybe from a slightly more global perspective and then drill down to the local. So, look, it's not going to be news to people in this room. The built environment has a massive environmental footprint, accounting for, by some measures, about 39% of carbon emissions globally, about 37% of energy use, close to 40% of material use. So when you start to think about the extent of that footprint, and then if you factor in the estimates that we have around $2 trillion being committed to construction projects across MENA by 2035, then you have a quite challenging environmental problem that is set to scale. And when you think about the implications of climate change and the threat that poses to economics and GDP, then there's a compelling case for action. So what we've just released at PwC is our annual Net Zero Economy Index. And what that looks at is what is the actual rate of decarbonization required to stay within 1.5 degrees of global warming above pre-industrial levels per the Paris Agreement. And last year in 2023, the rate of decarbonization was just over 1%. That's the lowest in about a decade. And that pushes the annual rate of decarbonization needed to stay within 1.5 degrees above 20% annually. So that case for action within the built environment is compelling because of the footprint it has. It's increasing because of the scale of investment that's going into it. And the progress that's being made across the economy globally in decarbonizing is not where it needs to be. So if we're going to decrease the impacts of climate change, both in terms of limiting heating and limit the impacts that they have based on how much heating actually takes place, the built environment is going to play a key role. And therefore, all stakeholders have a role to play in driving localized and specific solutions to those global challenges into the SDGs, into what they do on the ground.
That's amazing. Definitely, looking at the bigger picture of what are the different items that different drivers of climate change and the built environment is definitely, takes a big chunk of it. And this perhaps takes us to you, Osama. Waleed gave the wonderful presentation on all of the efforts that are being undertaken by by Roshan, but perhaps, speak as well about the challenges in actually implementing those sustainability initiatives and in the process or on your road towards localizing those SDGs. What are the challenges that you faced, overcome? The case studies perhaps from Roshan as well.
Yeah, I'd like to start just first. When we started by identifying the material topics and sustainability issues that applies for Roshan as a real estate and real estate sector, and we broke it down into 8 material topics, then to sustainability principles, and we said the KPIs. What are the KPIs and metrics we want to measure and report against? And in a context of organization like Roshan, where we're developing on a huge and massive scale, it was like quite a bit challenging to manage these topics. So in order, it was one of the biggest challenges for us. So in order to overcome and streamline the process of reporting, implementation of sustainability practices, and reporting against these material topics, we had to develop a different set of programs. So when it comes to energy, with our energy performance program, in order to streamline the process of energy measures integration into the design process and project development, reporting, streamline the report across all the designers we are working with. This is one aspect of it. So integrating and developing a set of programs to measure and report the actual building performance. Another aspect of it, when it comes to climate change, we look at the different databases and resources of climate data available as of today, and we integrated it into a set of climate resilience procedure, an adaptive tool against each region we are developing at, and this allows us to mitigate and quantify the climate change impact on the built environment. Furthermore, the early simulations and studies to report against the building performance parameters is a key important point in order to understand what are the performance, the prediction of energy, prediction of water usage during the operation, to allow us to take key actions to improve better.
That's great. So it's not just taking those SDGs on a macro level and also perhaps specific KPIs and targets, but also accounting for the difference in geography as well, and where the projects are positioned, graphically. And I think that's a perfect transition into Ahmed and all the locations you're looking at for the hydrogen-powered towers. Let me ask you this: how important it is the mobilization and deployment of financial resources, and how can financial resources be mobilized and allocated to support this localization initiatives of sustainable development goals?
Great question. I think you started easy and you worked your way up, so thank you for that. Actually, before we start, I'd like to both applaud and congratulate the Kingdom on being such a leading light in this conversation. I think it's incredibly important, incredibly admirable. To answer your question, so you wouldn't be able to tap capital at all today without having ESG credentials. That's the first thing. The second part of it is the importance of localizing, which is obviously hugely important. But if you think about it, when you look at data sets, you have to standardize those data sets, right? And if you think about how you would localize, and think about when you fill in a form for whatever, say it goes, if you've answered question 3, no, then skip section 7. That's really what localization is about. It's part of a much bigger standard format, which then through localization will allow you to leave out sections that are not applicable for you. But having that standardized data set means that whoever is looking at it, and here I think we should really be looking to digitize more, just through sheer efficiency. Whoever is looking at it is able to draw quick and real conclusions on the one side, but also from the monitoring side, be able to deliver consistent, quantifiable data through KPIs, through required things that you have to check off to be able to qualify for that financing.
Amazing. I mean, perhaps just to follow up on that point, you guys have the international experience, investment banking experience, the finance experience, and you're developing a $1 billion, tower. I was at Raha, which is a local real estate development. I met the McKean CEO, Busaid. I'm not sure if he's here today. We have local developers who's mostly working in the residential space, apartments, small villas. They're very interested in sustainability in the built environment. They're very excited. They perhaps don't know where to start. And in terms of finding the funds, because those projects are like 30, 40 million SAR, but to include sustainability in those projects will increase perhaps the cost. How do they go about, you told me earlier there's a $1 trillion allocated for those projects. Do you think those local developers will be able to tap into those?
Yeah, look, it's part of what I said earlier. I think there's several banks that I know of, certainly, that have $1 trillion funds to deploy before 2030. They struggle to find assets that qualify because the data that they require to validate their investment decisions on simply does not exist in a collated format. So you might well, as a whatever size entity you have in your possession that data, but it wouldn't be organized in a way that an investment professional or an institution can look at it. And I think it was part of something that Mr. Ramdi had said, and I think part of something that Amir had said, where all the different stakeholders have to come together for this to work. Because if the private sector tries to run with this without government support, that's not going to work, and vice versa. So I think the scene has to be set where there is a language that is able to be spoken by the stakeholders that has a commonality where you can measure and then provide for the different requirements.
Amazing. Mayor, do you have a follow-up? I feel like on the challenges for not just for the small developers, but across the spectrum of what are the challenges of this process of localization?
In terms of the partnerships specifically, or just generally?
In terms of finding the funds to undertake those projects, tapping into the technical capabilities to be able to identify what sustainability means in the built environment and things like that.
Well, look, I mean, what we're talking about here is doing something that it's literally around building the future, right? I mean, I think a lot of the quality of buildings that we have globally in the built environment generally isn't really fit for purpose. So a lot of these things are the issues that we're facing from an environmental perspective. These are externalities. They're not priced in. So you have mechanisms like carbon tax being unfolded. You have internal price of carbon being rolled out by companies. And as Ahmed was saying, when some of that stuff is left to the private sector, they will take their own varying approaches to it based on what's driving them. It might be accessing capital, it might be regulation, it might be reputation. But if you really want to get to grips with this problem, which is a systematic and structural problem, then it requires viewpoints on the various challenges that are faced. Whether it's accessing capital, whether it's technological solutions, whether it's deploying those at scale, what's needed in terms of green material building supply. Is that supply chain equipped to deliver on the ambitions for the transformation that is being envisioned in Saudi and across the region? So all of those issues are complex. They touch on a number of different things, and it requires viewpoints from different stakeholders to firstly get to grips with the nature of the problems and the barriers to clear them, to understand what those barriers look like, what the solutions to them can look like, and then actually working on them in an integrated way. So it's understanding the problem, breaking it down into manageable components, and then coming at it in a way that solves for those things. So you were talking about, in the case of smaller suppliers, like how they do this. I mean, we've seen this in, we did a lot of work on decarbonization in the built environment in the UAE. And one of the big things that came out of it from a master developer perspective is there's so much that we can do, but of course we rely on grid decarbonization to get us towards net zero. One. Number two, what's going to happen in our supply chain? Are they going to be able to give us the materials that we need to get there? Tier 1 suppliers potentially have some ability to do this. Tier 2, Tier 3, they're cash and time businesses. Are they going to invest? Are they going to have the wherewithal to do this? No, they're not. You have to think of these things practically. can government then play a role in incentives, in support schemes? Can you centralize some of the knowledge around this to try and advance this agenda? So all of those things are important, and it requires a sort of industry-wide approach to get to grips with the problem and deliver on the ambition.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, this is an open one, perhaps, on how can, we've touched on this briefly, but how does partnerships between local governments, private sector, civil society be strengthened to achieve those SDG targets? I know we've touched upon it, but someone wants to.
The partnership with the local and private sector and government agencies is something very essential to adopt the sustainability practices and localize the SDG goals. So, for example, we're at Roshan working with a set of banks and export credit agencies in order to secure green funds for some of the infrastructure projects. And in order to do so, we had to develop our environmental social management system, which is a set of procedures to, from day one, we had to pick up the land from the PIF, doing our due diligence, environmental and social due diligence, and focus on them. What are the different programs we are developing in particular to these risks and opportunities in order to be eligible for these green funds to support the huge construction and infrastructure level and projects we are developing. So this has required a lot of private, government agencies, partnerships with bank, with an international sector as well.
Definitely. Moving into a perspective or an angle that everyone is excited about, technology. What role does technology play in supporting the localization and implementation of SDG, Ahmed?
Yeah, of course. I think I'd like to go a step back, actually, because I think a lot of people's understanding of technology may not marry to where technology actually is and how we can use it now. So computers are amazing at doing one thing, right? A computer can play chess almost better than any human. But if you ask that computer to order your coffee or turn on an AC or any other function that a human can do, the computer won't be able to do that unless you switch to another app, unless you input another brain. Okay, so technology works by learning, right? So machine learners require data to be labeled and annotated in order for it to understand what to do with that data. So much in the same way that humans would use grammar, machines use annotations to learn them. So I'll give you an example, right? Like the human brain runs the most complex algorithm of contextualization anywhere, right? So if I say, Orange Telecom's orange logo looks very much like an orange, then a human brain can understand that Orange Telecom refers to a company, orange logo refers to a color, and orange, the thing, refers to the fruit, right? But a machine won't know that unless that's been labeled. So that's really the massive importance of standardizing the format of that data between stakeholders, right? Because if you can standardize that data, then a machine can read it. If a machine can read it, then that data becomes very, very quickly processed. If it becomes quickly processed, it means it's it can be maintained in a way that's up to date by the people that have to provide it. So I can provide raw data into a data set, which a machine can then run extrapolations on to gather whatever KPI is required for that stakeholder to make a decision. So if I can check off that box, then you get rid of issues with classification, you get rid of issues with monitoring. I don't know what the monetarization would be, but anyway, monitoring. You get rid of many issues that then enable stakeholders to make empowered decisions and have them be justified. And I think that's, learning that is the current limitation of technology, but harnessing that in a way that helps this ecosystem come together. That's really the power of technology, because when it does, then everything changes again.
I mean, that's a very interesting point you highlight on the data collection and monitoring. That's probably a question to government official perhaps, but how do you enable that data collection? Do you need to incentivize it? But how do you go about it?
Look, you're already incentivized, because if you're any component of any business is to, no matter how rich the business is there's going to be a component of equity and there's going to be a component of debt. If you're looking at debt, then you're looking at tapping capital. If you can't provide the information for the lender to be able to make a valid investment thesis on or decision on whatever, then you won't be able to do it. So you're initially incentivized already. The other thing is that a lot of companies now really do have strong ESG ambitions and therefore limitations to your counterparty. So if I'm not complicit, then I might not be able to trade with a counterparty. Even if I have a better product, they would then have to go and source an alternative. So you are already incentivized. What we lack is the structure to be able to put that data in a readable format for the different stakeholders to be able to communicate and then make investment or other decisions based on that. And that's really where it boils down to.
That gets the whole pieces of the puzzle together. Collection and the monitoring and the use of technology, put that together.
Yeah, exactly. It's a puzzle.
Drive innovation.
It's a puzzle, exactly.
Definitely. It links to perhaps the policy side of things. Ahmed, if you have thoughts on what's the role of policies, codes, regulations, and the like in maybe driving everything that we've said of this direction of localizing, enabling data collection and transparency. How does codes and policies push in that direction, optimally?
Well, I mean, it's integral, right? I mean, the challenges that we face are perhaps a result of some policy failures or an absence of policies that account for some of these challenges. So, I think the private sector can do so much, and as Ahmed is saying, there's certain incentives within the private sector to do a lot around this, and some companies are genuinely committed to this and are trying to take this forward because they believe in it and they want to advance this agenda, and that's fine. But there will be inevitably some parts of the economy that will require regulation to compel them to act, and policy that requires them to act, and they will typically take a wait-and-see approach for any number of reasons, including possibility that they maybe don't have the resources to invest in working on what they need to do themselves. So policy that sets clear direction on what's required is critical, and regulation that comes in behind that and says this is what you need to do and how you need to do it becomes more and more important. In the absence of that, you're sort of left with everyone trying to get to grips with it on their own. So it can play a key role in providing a clear direction of travel, which is also important when you're thinking about, particularly in Saudi, an investment mobilization agenda domestically, also a foreign investment attraction agenda. It provides clarity of policy direction, which will allow organizations to then say, well, okay, I'm going to go ahead and invest into carbon capture and storage, for example, because I can see that there's going to be a clear industry and a need for this. It's going to be well regulated. I know how it's going to operate. So therefore, my investment decision making is a little bit subject to clarity around the risks and the policies I'm going to be subject to. So all of that becomes critically important. And then whether that's from a carbon perspective or an emissions reduction perspective or other issues. So, what we haven't touched on too much, but it came up in Osama's colleague's presentation, biodiversity and nature protection. So these are critical issues. We did some work with the World Economic Forum a few years ago, and it found that about 55% of GDP globally is moderately or highly dependent on nature. So we've all seen these things. If bees go out of existence, then we're all, the impact on the economy, the impact on our food system is significant. As we're going through this process in the built environment of expanding, as we're going through heavy degrees of urbanization, what happens from a policy perspective to protect and take care of these key issues becomes more and more important. So it has to play a key role.
Definitely, and I wish Dr. Walid was with us. I was going to ask him about the catch-up between innovation and regulations. And if we will see hydrogen being regulated in buildings, maybe in the future, Ahmed. But I think for now, maybe innovation is leading the way. Osama, let me ask you, we spoke about government, we spoke about private sector, we spoke about technology, we spoke about how to drive that through policy. What about the community, the residents, and how can community engagement be leveraged to ensure that sustainable city initiatives meet the needs of diverse populations?
So at Roshan we're approaching this over two main steps or stages. The pre-community establishment, so before we start the community development, we embark on a market research exercise where it involves two main essential tasks. The first one is engaging customer insights to understand what are their needs, expectations, and their requirement. And another element of the market research is educational capacity and educational element. What is sustainability, how it's important to them, how it's impact their life. Step two, when it comes to the post community, once the community has been established, we need to start the ongoing engagement with our community residents and how their behavior impact the sustainability initiatives of the community. Ongoing dialogue with the community management neighborhood to understand the issues they are facing, the suggestions taken in consideration, and having in place a reporting and feedback mechanism. So at Roshan, we have developed a Roshan Community Super application that used by Roshan community residents that allow them to report, to suggest, to express their need to be taken into consideration to the next product development when it comes to maintenance, when it comes to sustainability, quality of life, and so on. So these are the two main steps to integrate and engage with community residents and population through the pre-community establishment and post-community establishment.
Amazing, amazing session. Amazing answers and questions, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. We've touched on the high-level importance of SDGs. We tried to cascade them down into the built environment, which touched on the policies, technology, and people. We've addressed the local needs, small enterprises. It's an amazing transition from the presentation we had to the first session, and definitely we'll continue with the panels. Everyone, please join me in thanking everyone and thanking the panelists.
Thank you.
What outstanding panel discussion. Thank you, Bandar. Thank you for speakers. With the next speaker, Media, V8VRF, Innovation Technology Integration with the Modern Buildings, Spaces and IoT, with the speaker Anas Alfar, Consulting Sales, Training, Engineering, Media, and he condition systems professional with over 10 years of experience working in HVAC industry, ranging from sample to complex scale projects. Currently, Anas is the consulting sales and channels training program leader at HH Shaker. Anas is a certified trainer by Media Building Technology. Welcome, Anas Alfar.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you with the event organizers for bringing us together today and creating this meaningful dialogue and topics in our region. Actually, as a representative of Chakra and Midea air conditioning brand, I'm proud to share our commitment towards sustainability and energy efficiency in Saudi Arabia. Midea innovative solutions are not only to enhance indoor comfort, but also contributing to reduce the waste of energy and the environmental impact of buildings. Actually, by October 2021, Midea Group has unveiled its green strategy with the mission of building a green global supply chain, providing green products and services, and jointly building a green planet. And the target is facilitating the 2030-2060 strategy of Midea Company, which comes just in parallel with the Kingdom Vision of 2030. The green strategy aims to peaking carbon emission by 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. Also, Midea strategy aims to build a whole process of green industrial chain with a focus on 6 pillars: green design, green procurement, green manufacturing, green logistics, green recycling, green services, which is well aligned with the China and global carbon peak and carbon neutrality goals. Carbon peaks and carbon neutrality goals. Number 1, green design. Midea has obtained more than 200 domestic and international patents for environmental protection technologies, participating in over than 10 green product evaluating norms and standards. Midea also plays a major role in revising the energy efficiency national Chinese code for air conditioners, which has improved the energy efficiency new standard by 14%. And it has promoted the wide application of variable frequency products and energy efficient systems such as VRF and inverter compressor products. Number 2, green procurement. Midea Group has released a supplier cooperation agreement which implements on-site inspection of social responsibility and covers key areas such as environmental protection, occupational health and safety, labor rights and interests, and business ethics, thereby gradually establishing Midea green supplier access standards. Number 3, green manufacturing. Midea has focused on multiple aspects such as intensive land utilization, use of harmless raw materials and clean products, resources recovery, low carbon energy, and digitalization technology. All of that is applied to drive the comprehensive transformation of green manufacturing models. Number 4, green logistics. Midea integrated IoT, big data, cloud computing, and AI with practical business scenarios to establish end-to-end green and smart logistics systems. The goal is boost quality and efficiency and reduce carbon emission goals. Number 5, green recycling. Midea has established an end-to-end household appliances recycling system since 2018 in China. The recycling service mainly covers large household appliances such as air conditioning systems. Number 6, green service. MyDia Group aims to achieve the goal of 1,000 megawatt green power sourcing, which forms around 30% of MyDia factories' total power consumption by 2025. And in today's presentation, we are going to take you through some of the most updated technologies which has been released within MyDia V8 VRF series, which can help us to achieve our targets. Basically, the idea behind developing the V8 series was clear. Breaking the industry limits in terms of reliable quality, arbitrary design, and energy efficiency. And to do that, MyDia has released a total new innovative technologies which can help the VRF users in terms of sustainability and energy efficiency and reliable operation. In terms of design, MyDia also has developed both sides of outdoor units and indoor units. As we know, MyDia has observed the demand of increasing the green spaces including in all kind of modern architectural designs. And to do that, MyDia has built the outdoor unit up to 40 HP, which can be combined to a system of 3 units. Combining this to a system will generate around 120 HP, which is around the double of some existing VRF systems, with still around 20% less footprint compared to the existing brands. What about side discharge options? Actually, MyDia has released a V8S side discharge combinable VRF, which can be combined to a system for the first time in this industry and form around 75 tons of cooling or heating at one time. All of that with less footprint, around 50% of the used areas. All what you need is just a platform on the side of the building or the back side, and that's it. From indoor side, MyDia has introduced a totally new indoor generation and has included more options of energy saving, which can be like heat recovery units and fresh air processing unit, can be included within the system of air conditioning and also reduce the energy consumption at the same time. What about IoT? Integrating the system with IoT has become more easier. For residential scenarios, MyDia has offered the smart home application, which can connect all the air conditioning units in your home to your mobile and control and monitor the operation within the time and see the behavior of the users. That will help the home users to control the operation and make better decisions to save the energy. For project scale and commercial scenarios, MyDia has introduced the iEasy Comfort platform, which is an advanced procedure to access the project air conditioning system through online. And with that, you can have a full scene control and monitoring of the operation of this project in terms of air conditioning system. Basically, that can be made as control, monitoring of the units, and also observing the status of the units, and also coordinate in advance with the after-sales teams. With that, you can also achieve some scene like this. You can observe the energy consumption for yesterday, this month, or this year in one site or multiple sites for single system or multiple systems. Also, the facility manager can check the wasted energy reasons, such as improper set points, leaving the units operating out of duty times, and also can apply some analysis of CO2 emissions which has been generated by this wasted energy. All of that can help the experts to achieve our goal of sustainability and better and less energy consumption. By these supporting technologies, we ensure that MIDEA is giving hand to this field to make use of the VRF systems properly and achieve the most part load efficiency which can be used in our buildings. Actually, the basic idea behind the VRF is to make use of the energy efficiency at part load times. In the coming video, we're gonna summarize all the ideas and some of the non-described technologies in one video. Please enjoy watching the video. At the end of this presentation, we would like to thank you for your attendance, and we are available in our booth for more questions and details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anas. And there is saying there is no bad business, but there is a bad marketing. And media is a powerful weapon to introduce any ideas about sustainability. I think this is very important as I have a broadcaster, and I work in the media. I have a show called Sustainability Talk. This is a lot of misunderstanding about sustainability, but when you use the media for this, you're going to accelerate sustainable development goals and ideas about it. Now it's a lunch break, and in the room behind the stage, we're going to have the lunch, the back seat, so you can go and have fun there. And we're going to come back after maybe 1 hour and start our sessions. Thank you so much. welcome and hope you enjoy your meal and make networking with experts and make some, connections. Start with the next present, Ahmed Al-Nizi, talk about green cities and biodiversity. Ahmed Al-Nizi, he's an accomplished engineering and seasons leader with a focus on delivering large-scale, complex initiatives. He leads the National Greening Program under the National Center of Vegetarian Cover and Combating Desertification. The NGP form part of the implementation of Saudi Green Initiative, landmark environmental program with some the world's most ambitious environmental restoration and climate action goals. Please join me. Welcome to Ahmed Al-Nizi.
السلام عليكم. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. Well, it's quite difficult to be a presenter after the lunch, but hopefully we will make it fast and also crisp. Well, in general, it's really, we are proud that we have also a lot of environmental and greening activities since the launching of the Vision 2030. There is a lot of focus in so many activity, and one of them also the sustainability and the environmental in general. So it's really very important though to focus in general the sustainability and improving the quality of life and protecting the environment and safeguard the environment in general. So it's some the major key, I would say, target for an environmental domain in general is to reach the net, or what they call it, carbon neutrality by 2060, rehabilitating 2.5 million hectares, and also 50% of energy from renewable resource. And so after that, the big, I would say one of the biggest initiatives in the world related to the environmental, the Saudi Green Initiative, when it was launched, it was really one of the biggest, and all of us were proud when the government, they launched it, and also they specify the target, increasing the share of the clean energy, reducing also the greenhouse gases emissions, and increasing the vegetation cover, and combating desertification, and conserving the biodiversity, and also transition to the circular economy. That's really so many initiatives and goals within the one initiatives, and the kingdom, when they announce it, actually to try to mitigate some of the climate change, and also to respond to those the major climate actions. The major target, or the key target of the SGI, or Saudi Green Initiative, reducing 270 metric ton per annum from CO2, growing or planting 10 billion trees, and which equivalent to rehabilitate 40 million hectares, and raise the protection and in land and also in marine by 30%. So when it's been announced, the big challenge and the big question in all, I would say in all international and national, is when we will achieve it and how we will achieve it. And there is a big question, and what will be the cost also of this Saudi Green Initiative, and when we'll focus also on the planting trees. So the National Center for Vegetation Cover and Combating Desertification take the lead and the responsibility of formulating a master plan. The master plan, it's identify all the action area and all what we call it domains, whether natural domains or environmental domains, as well as urban domains, which is very important, and highways and agriculture. So in each domain, they analyze it. They use also scientific and field visit, GIS, satellite also imageries, and to identify the existing vegetation covers and situation also at the level of the degradation and or the damage, and how also achieve the right strategy and realistic strategy in all domains. And after we formulate the strategy, and with 4 major domains, we call it urban domain, agriculture, and environmental domains, we identify when we will achieve the target. And we are proud also to plan for 75 years, so we will achieve the target by 2100. And also this is showing the roadmap from 2021, since the launching of the Saudi Green Initiative, or the planting 10 billion trees. Still also, inshallah, we will achieve the target. And it's not only the responsibility of the government, so all private and NGOs and all the community and government, they are responsible about achieving the target. So what we hear today from a lot of presenters, how they are committed for sustainability and also try to reduce the carbon emission using so many means, while using the industrial technology, or also focusing on what we call it in the natural-based solution by using trees, planting different trees. So this is the roadmap, inshallah, for planting 10 billion trees. And also we focus in so many enablers that it will and the principle that it will help us also achieving the target by enhancing the protection of the existing vegetation cover. So the first step, protect what we have, what we call the natural resource, then using the renewable water resources, because we know that the scarcity for the water, it's really using most of our water also using the desalination. So we will try to conserve it. So we will use only the renewable water resources. What we mean, treated water that's it's been treated tertiary, and water harvesting, and leveraging the native species. Luckily in Saudi Arabia we have a rich environment. We have rich, what we call it, flora, that we have more than 2,500 type of different species and vegetation cover. So we will leverage using our native species that's adapted to our climate, and maintaining the ecological balance, and employing the sustainability model, and engaging the whole community and the stakeholders to achieve the target. The urban, one of the major domains in our master plan, the urban in general. Urban it's very important also to use using the plantation or increasing the vegetation cover and the space within the urban domains, because improving the air quality in general, reducing the pollution, reducing the sandstorm, if we increase the vegetation cover. Also, most of the studies showing that by increasing the vegetation cover, the temperature in the city will be decreased. So that's a great, especially in such arid country like Saudi Arabia, and it's really hot. And enhancing the physical and the mental health, which if there are more greening spaces, more also vegetation cover, it will encourage the whole community using those spaces for practicing sports, and water management, and also conserving the energy by, if we reduce the temperature and reducing the air quality, that by default it will also conserve or decrease or lower the energy consumption. This is as part of our master plan, how we analyze the existing urban area in general, and we consider urban and highways and the green belt. It's very important. So in each area we identify the existing urban community, also urban population in each community, and what will be the strategy to be used, increasing green space per capita, and it's showing that we have very low comparing with also the WHO in general standards. That's very low, and luckily now with a lot of initiatives and the greening activities, Green Riyadh and other green cities, that it will increase the green space, which we will be, I think, similar and better in the international standard. Highway and also railway, by increasing the vegetation cover beside those will reduce also the sand encroachment and the sand movement and sandstorm, which also it will improve the quality of driving, especially in the highways, and also it will reduce and eliminate the sandstorm in general, as well as the green belt, and will reduce the sand encroachment. And in a lot of community, we have more than 49 communities under the risk. So if the sand encroachment, so by using the vegetation cover and the plantation, using the green belt and right plantation species will improve the quality of life in those communities. Also, this is what we plan. Also, this is our plan. The NGB, what we call this is National Greening, will contribute to the sustainable greening and protect the area. We expect that, as per the master plan, 390 million will be planted with the urban community and around 117 in highways, and the green belt around 400. Also, that will decrease the effect of the sand encroachment and sandstorm, and also improve the quality of life in city. And there's a lot of studies showing that with the green space, green in urban domains or urban area, literally also it will increase the price, even the price of the land and the price of the rented houses or apartment, because of the green spaces and the green community. So there is environmental benefits and as well as health and economic benefits for the greening. So those are the some of the strategy in the urban, and to plant and to increase also the biodiversity. Park and the green space, it will increase the greening space, which also by default it will increase the biodiversity within the birds and other beings and butterflies, and that will also, it will be increased. That we will enjoy it in the green spaces and parks. Community engagement, it will increase the awareness and enhancing the local community. And as sustainable irrigation, that's a very important also, which is, this is the big challenges, using the right species that will reduce the high consumption of the water, so using the sustainable or smart irrigation technology, and native biodiversity, and also the policy and the regulation. Some of the benefits in the greening in general, that's what we have discovered when we formulate the master plan. Definitely, as I mentioned, the air quality will improve and will reduce also the MB 2.5 from 10 to 10. That's a very significant also improvement. Will increase or will sequestrate around more than 1.8 billion metric tons of the CO2. Also will decrease or reduce the temperature from 0.8 to approximately 2 degrees centigrade. That which is really, it has a high effect. Water also loss, and prevent the water loss and the flooded, and also there will be a contribution to the GDP and also to job creation, which that's some of the benefits for greening in general. That's only greening. If we include green roof and also other greening activity with also green building, that definitely a lot of figures, it will be increased, and it has a high effect. Multiple, as I mentioned, that multiple greening projects. So far, I've just give some example of the existing project, and within the Saudi Green Initiative, all of them, the under Saudi Green Initiative. Green Riyadh, all of us, we noticed that the green space and the Green Riyadh, which a lot of greening activity in the street, and of course with King Salman Park and Sport Boulevard, that it will make Riyadh more and more greener. Green Mecca and Roshan, I've seen also, I was enjoying the presentation from Roshan and their sustainability and Al-Ula. So all the activities, within the urban domains, all the initiative, that's also, it will increase, and it will increase the quality of life, and it will decrease the impact of environmental impact in general. I would end with, this is a very important also message, that's after the greeting. Inshallah, we will host, Saudi Arabia will host the COP 16 from I think 3rd till 16th of December. This is where more than 196 countries they are, and this is the first time in Saudi Arabia that they hosting such international or UNCCD conference. That's where also there will be a lot of focus in the combating desertification and improving and promoting the solution and to combat the desertification and the drought and sandstorm, and also part of that green cities. So it's really a good opportunity that the company, especially with they have the great initiatives and activity to participate, whether in the green zone and or the plantation conference and blue zone. So it's an invitation for all of you that you could participate and also to enjoy the big events in Saudi Arabia. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. And there is a saying said, goal 13, climate change, someone name it as a mother of SDGs. So when you take care of climate change and our environment and the national center and make our planet more greener, that's going to help all the SDGs. Now, panel discussion. Building the future strategy for developing sustainable cities and communities. Goal number 11, and also this goal related to the all goal SDGs, the other 16. So Flat is going to be the moderator, and let's welcome Flat.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you for joining here. And I'd like to welcome all together our esteemed panelists. Ms. Mariam from National Center for Environment Compliance, NCEC. Ms. Anna, who is the Head of Sustainability for Saudi Entertainment Ventures 7. Amr from RDC. Private Development. And last but not least, Mohammed from Aramco. So we're going to discuss indeed about building the future, and we're going to talk specifically about sustainable cities. I'm Vlad Butenko. I am BCG, Boston Consulting Group Senior Partner, in charge of our global business with cities. And the first round of discussion will start about social sustainability. So my first question will be to Anna. And the question is, we speak about social sustainability, you know, we probably all heard this term, but what does this really mean in terms of real estate development in the Middle East, right? What is social sustainability? Why is it growing?
Certainly. I wanted to first take a step back and think about how recent the history of sustainability is in Saudi Arabia. If you think about 2017, 2018, that's when the first PIF entities were created. There was not really any sustainability requirements to be complied with, but with the rollout of Vision 2030, most companies started creating sustainability frameworks in 2020, thereabouts. Initially, the first thought was let's tackle the challenge of environmental sustainability, carbon, water, biodiversity, and so on. But once those have been set in place, we shifted towards looking at the social sustainability element as well. This has been even more recent in the last 2 years. It's been more active here in this sector here in the region. And when we talk about real estate development, what are the main elements of social sustainability? We think about health and well-being within the communities, community engagement, also the cultural vitality of the communities where people live, the economic sector as well, so we were thinking about creation of employment, and these are the key elements. Oh, and diversity and inclusivity as well. So how you include people of all segments of the society within your communities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we understand social sustainability now getting to a city. City is a social formation, the people living there. My question is to Mariam. What would be characterizing a sustainable city, in your opinion? And how do you see these characteristics can be implemented here in the Middle East and other developing regions?
So I think it's not opinion, it's a fact that sustainable cities is the main aim for that is securing the future for the future generation, and actually not harmonize or not risk their ability to benefit from the natural resources that we have today, and to meet their own needs that they need. And it's important to realize that also the sustainable cities is not just environment, it's the balance between environment, social and economic needs that enhance not just the quality of life of people, but also minimizing the negative impact of our planet. And if we take it from eco-driven concept, when we say sustainable cities, that mean a lot of things like efficient resources management, promoting and optimizing the use of energy, and preserving the water, effective waste management. We're talking about the green transportation, metros, BRTs, and cycling that reduce the carbon emission. We are talking about also the green spaces. So each sustainable cities have green spaces, and the most important thing for me is to have a climate resilience and to be adapt to actually the climate change and the weather change that happens.
Okay, thank you. So many things for a sustainable city. So many things. Now, let me turn to Mohammed now. In order to make a city sustainable, what are the good technologies for this? What is technology for sustainable urban development? We're speaking about smart cities, and what are the, describe please, like the key technologies there.
So there is a lot to talk about when it comes to technologies. So just to organize things in big buckets.
Hold your mic please next to it.
Yeah, so we can think of physical technologies and digital technologies that can support sustainable cities and sustainable buildings. So for example, you have sustainable materials that have low embodied carbon, and we saw in the exhibition today an example of that, so green concrete. So these are materials that have lower carbon content, or probably recycled content, or probably less energy went into extracting it or transporting it. So that's material, and there are a lot of examples of advanced materials. So think of nanotechnologies applications in advanced types of membranes, in water filtration or water treatment. Other examples include advanced membranes or coats that are used for roofing material, like a superior performance in reflecting heat. There are also the equipment and systems that also fall under new technologies. So energy recovery systems, new types of batteries or energy storage systems, advanced types of solar panels, and so on. Now, in the digital world, there is a very wide spectrum of technologies, and this is where I want to emphasize on the need for every organization that have a role in developing projects or developing new cities or communities, before they find themselves scrambling into the project to figure out what technologies we need to use, there needs to be a framework, there needs to be a strategy for this company to determine ahead of time which ones make most sense for our business, which ones serve best our sustainability targets. And this doesn't happen most of the time.
So in a way you need a technology strategy, right? Not just a collection of technologies.
Pardon?
You need a strategy for technologies, a technology strategy, yeah?
So management need to have a strategy, and engineers need to have a plan, and they need to have a digital infrastructure, if you want, before they find themselves scoping a project or designing a project. So to know which standards to use, to know which guidelines to use.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Now I'd like to turn to Amr, right? We've just heard a nice presentation about the Green Initiative, right? So my question is, in cities we're going to speak about retrofit and redevelopment, but how do you integrate, what is the best way to integrate green spaces into a city in order to make the city more sustainable?
Definitely. Well, we need to elevate thinking about green space and integrating green spaces within communities first, and it will trickle down to be including the whole city. And maybe expand our thought about green space beyond just softscaping and landscaping, trees and grass. It's more of the inclusion of these spaces and integrating them with focal points within the development, within the community, within the city, and multiple communities will actually start creating these hybrid zones where you can create attraction and footfall and make it more into a lively space rather than just an existing green space or a mandatory requirement for the developer to create that space and just have it there sitting there without any proper utilization or proper activation.
A quick question maybe here. Someone asked me recently, to grow a tree, it takes 20 years, right? If not more, right? How do you plan for this? What is the best practice to make sure that, for the next 20 years, there are just very small
Well, if we're discussing the challenges of growing trees, I believe our colleague, unfortunately, just left. Our colleague Al-Anizi was actually touching base on that. The scarcity of water in the kingdom and the availability of it for vegetation and plantations, etc., makes it more difficult than just waiting for a tree to grow. It's the cost, it's the implications, it's the requirements. It's how to do that in a sustainable fashion, that it's not a burden, or it will not reach to a point where it becomes a burden, and then it's just left and neglected to become just another dead tree somewhere. So yes, we need to be a bit thoughtful and considerate of our selection and how we implement that, and not just scatter trees all over the place and leave them unattended.
Okay, thank you, Amr. I'd like to move now to the social initiatives again, and we spoke about social aspects. These social initiatives on climate change, I'd like to ask my question to Anna. What are the results? What are the key impacts of social initiatives on climate change?
That's a very important question because I think that sometimes it's easy to think, okay, social initiatives, climate change, what is the connection? You know, is there a nexus? And there is, and I will tell you something that was very surprising. In a study done by the International Energy Agency a few years back, they listed the pillars of decarbonization. What is the most important to tackle decarbonization in the world? Number one, first and foremost, energy efficiency. So there's no question, we have to operate in a more efficient, there's technical solutions that are available for that. We need to implement them to use the least energy possible within buildings, machinery, you name it. However, the second pillar of decarbonization is not renewable energy, is not carbon capture, it's actually behavioral change. So the second most important thing that we can do is actually to impact change within society. So when you're designing spaces, one of the things that I would like to challenge all designers, all developers is to think about how can you design to create spaces that enable and nudge people to more sustainable behaviors, because this will actually trickle down into a significant change towards a positive change to mitigate climate change. How can you implement technologies in the digital space that will also reinforce this kind of behavioral change? How can you promote social initiatives that create community awareness and sustainability, a culture of sustainability to enable these changes, which will be less costly and very effective in the long term?
Okay, thank you so much. And you mentioned technologies, but I'd like to expand a little bit beyond the technology, which is here in Saudi, we speak a lot about greenfield, right? A lot of new construction, a lot of great master plans that are actually being realized. And at the same time, here in Saudi also, but in other countries, there is a lot of retrofitting, rejuvenation, redoing something. And the question that I'd like to ask to you, Mohammed, is you have an existing building or infrastructure, right? It needs to be retrofitted. How good retrofitting is? Is it as good as building something new, or is it much worse?
Yes, so there are definitely opportunities in both, in designing new projects to be better and also fixing, you know, this huge stock of existing buildings. But just to bring the concept of retrofit to everybody's mind, if we talk, if for example we take this hall as an example, a hall like this is served by air conditioning units that are sized and designed to meet the peak load conditions, that's to operate in the worst day of the summer when this meeting hall is full. Now, if you look like after lunch, a lot of people left. Now, this system is not smart enough to figure out that this hall have maybe 1/3 of its capacity. That's why, Vlad, before the meeting, you were feeling cold. Remember, you told me. So this is an example where a retrofit idea comes in, like maybe you can install CO2 sensors that can tell these machines that, well, not everybody's here, so you need to reduce the speed, reduce the fresh air introduction to the space. So in a hotel like the Hilton, you will find probably 10 or 20 other ideas like this. If you count how many buildings we have in our cities, the opportunities are infinite. So it's obvious the benefits in terms of energy and water cost reduction, but there are some benefits to the economy that are sometimes go unnoticed. So mainly I want to remind of two key benefits to the economy. So the first is job creation, and these kinds of projects, they create high quality jobs. So not just any jobs, but high quality jobs, because these retrofit projects are engineered projects. So you don't just remove something old and put something new. You need to have skilled engineers to develop these opportunities, to design these projects, to implement them successfully. And they often involve technology, so the kind of stuff that excites our new talents, our new engineers. So that is one. Another benefit to the economy is creating new businesses. So the construction company that built the Hilton will not be the company who will come and fix these things. There will be smaller companies who can do things like this, and this creates new businesses that do these specialized services for the retrofit.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Now, we mentioned regulations, we mentioned compliance. The environmental compliance is getting, stricter, and this is the right thing. Now, my question to you, Mariam, is how do you enforce this compliance? What is the role of, regulator? How easy or difficult this is? What do you do?
So the regulations, of course, play a main role in urban development. For example, here in Saudi Arabia, the environmental law has a critical role in shaping the urban development sector to ensure the compliance and sustainability of our environment. I will give you a specific example. At NCEC, the National Center for Environmental Compliance, we mandate environmental impact assessment from every urban project before the initiation of this project to identify the potential environmental risk in future and to provide a mitigation strategy to protect the ecosystem and environmental in general. So I think the regulations is very important, and to meet these requirements by the private developers, it's very important. But at the same time, as regulators, you should also focus on the awareness for these sectors. So we do that as well by set the best practices and give it to the sectors, all the sectors, including the urban sectors, through what we called environmental guidelines. We also make international and private public sector partnership, effectively partnership, to meet the ambitious environmental goals that envision 2030, and to make sure the urban development doesn't come at the expense of our natural resources.
Okay, very clear. Thank you. And here I wanted to raise a question about circular economy. Circular economy is something that we hear a lot about. It's about net zero emissions, about net zero energy consumption. So the question to you, Amr, concretely, how can a city transition from the current economy, which is not a circular economy, to a circular economy?
Well, let's start where my colleague Mariam here ended, through regulation. Enforcing and putting regulations in place for city development and community developers to follow as guidelines to ensure what they do on ground is sustainable and employing a circular economy strategy for the not just the short or mid-term where it ends by completing the project, but no, it's sustainable for many, many years to come over the lifetime of that community and the other communities that will come adjacent to it. That's the initial step, is employing the correct regulation and enforcing these regulations on whatever happens on ground. The second is getting the buy-in from whoever is populating and operating these communities. So also regulations by the municipalities and the people that provide services in these communities will require to follow the same lead in providing operations and functions that are sustainable and durable for an extended period of time, rather than, again, mid to short term functionality of these functions. This is how you get the ball rolling in getting communities to become a little bit more on the road to becoming a true miniature circular economy within itself, and that will actually contribute to having a better, bigger circular economy within cities and the kingdom-wide.
Very good, very good. Thank you. And Mariam, a question to you. You just a couple of minutes ago described the role of policy regulations in compliance. that's one of the aspects, right? Regulation. There is also a lot of things done by the private sector, by the private developers. What kind of cooperation, what kind of joint responsibilities do you see between the regulator and the private developer?
So as we mentioned regulations, it's really important to think that it's not just a guideline to enhance the environmental compliance, but it's hopeful for a better future for for sustainable cities to be harmonized with the environmental requirements. It's not easy, but I think it's possible. So each sectors, public sectors and the private developers has a unique responsibilities to enhancing the environmental performance through the urban development. The public sectors, is to regulate, to initiate the standards, the regulations, and not just that, they should update it from time to time to go with the massive and rapidly urban development. The private sector should comply to these requirements and be transparent about how the status of their environment by submitting report to the public sector actually. And the relationship between these two sectors, it should be very transparency and also effectively partnership between them, hoping for a better future and sustainable cities here in Saudi Arabia, not just smart and modern, but also sustainable for the next generation.
Thank you so much. One of the examples of public-private cooperation is mobility in cities. It's about reducing traffic, reducing emissions, and we all probably know that the commute time from home to office has been selected to be the KPI of mobility part of quality of life ERP for top Saudi cities. So this KPI is very important. A question to you, Mohammed, have you seen cities actually moving to sustainable transportation options to reduce emissions and to improve quality of life?
Yes.
Can you share with us?
Yeah, so there is certainly a big connection between transportation policies and the quality of life. But first, let us just try to appreciate the impact of transportation on CO2 emissions. So 15% of the global emissions are associated with transportation. In developed countries, that can reach up to 25%. So this involves land transportation, sea and air transportation. Land transportation is the majority, so it's 75% of that. And this is where sustainable policies that support sustainable transportation planning can be essential. So discouraging the use of private cars, encouraging public transit policies that require lower emissions from vehicles, and we have seen a lot of that in Saudi Arabia. The new regulations for lower emissions, the amazing work on Riyadh Metro. So these things will certainly have an impact on the quality of life. I would share experience of decades of urban planning work that's done by Aramco. So in the campus where I work and live in Dhahran, you see a lot of best practices in good urban planning. So the work campus, the residential campus are well connected with transportation systems. The residential campus is connected with the city, with also shuttle buses. The different parts of the community are connected with shuttle buses. So this means less emissions, better experience, more efficient workforce. All of these things are essential in planning any community or any city.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to ask a question to Anna about the examples of design and operation strategies that can significantly impact social inclusion? We spoke a lot about social inclusion. Could you give us some examples?
Of course. I think that, if we think about the items that I mentioned previously, there are usually the social initiatives related to real estate development. If you think about community engagement, to have experiential learning strategies so that people can visit a space and come out of that experience having learned something about sustainability, developing a culture of sustainability. To have participation from the community members, but also if you think about health and well-being, to make sure that your design encourages people to use the outdoor space and indoor space and has enough outdoor and indoor thermal comfort, to have health eating options, to encourage an active lifestyle. If you talk about diversity or accessibility and inclusivity, and this in particular, I would like to talk about accessibility for people with disabilities, to have a strategy that encompasses not only design and the built environment, but also thinks about what is accessibility in the digital space. What does that look like? Are people able to program their visit to a certain space digitally before they arrive there, and therefore have a better experience? Do you have sensory spaces there that if somebody's in sensory overload, they can, get back to a place that they can just soothe themselves? And do you have the social element, the social strategy that collaborates that contributes to receiving people with empathy? Do you have training for your employees? So I think that in general, you have to think about any operational strategies as something that is holistic and not something that is just one piece or one team that does that, because as this last example that I had, it's something that is dependent for it to be successful on a built environment that supports that, on a digital space that also, lends a hand to the users, but also on the operational side. Do you have the training of the employees? Do you have the culture that will be sufficient to implement any of these strategies successfully?
Anna, thank you so much. And I see that we're coming to a conclusion of this great discussion. And I'd like to ask a question to you, Amr. And the question will be the following. We speak a lot about buildings in cities. We speak a lot about technologies. Mohammed, we discussed with you. We speak a lot about, programs and initiatives. But we should not forget that cities exist for their residents, for the people and visitors who visit the cities. And so my question is, we have all of these initiatives that we're debating. Our question to you, the community, the engagement of the city's community, how can this community make sure that these initiatives do not serve just other objectives, that initiatives really serve the people in the city?
Sure. I believe most of these initiatives provide, I would say, guideline on what needs to be done to contribute to the main target of where we would like to be. We should think of most of these developments and most of these initiatives just like we think about market researching for a new project. It cannot be one size fits all everywhere. The kingdom has a lot of different backdrops, a lot of different social structures, a lot of different societies that all of these initiatives will cater to. So a certain bespoke design and bespoke catering should take place for these by listening more and providing an on-ground data to be shared for each of these initiatives relating to a certain region, a certain city, or even going as detailed as a certain community. People will always provide their feedback, and they're always glad to provide their view on what they would like to see happen, and that should actually have the final say on whatever is being designed and applied on ground.
Thank you so much. So at this stage, I'd like to close this discussion, and on behalf of esteemed participants, I'd like to express that I do hope that thanks to this discussion, Saudi cities and global city will become a little bit more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flad, and thank you for speakers. We have had a wonderful day so far, filled with the learning, joy, connection, and meaningful exchanges. But as they say, this event is still young, and we have more treasure to unveil tomorrow. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for being here. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. And there is a saying, there can be no plan P because there is no planet B. Thank you so much, and we're going to continue tomorrow for the second day, and see you tomorrow.